He's letting us in. Brother Mark, I was just sitting there watching last night's program.
Oh, yeah? Did you enjoy that?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought I saw Raul for a minute. Hi, Raul. Where's Yami?
She's taking care of the puppies.
Okay. Tell her hello.
Shabbat shalom.
I heard that. Shabbat shalom.
Okay.
I love you, sister and brother.
We do also, Phyllis. We do also.
Stay there.
Oh, your hair is getting so long. What, do you use a special treatment on it?
No, nothing. I should, because I don't do anything other than shampoo and conditioner.
That's what is it take a special conditioner or just?
No, but I've seen a lot of products advertised with people with curly hair that, probably that would help to give it life a little bit. But how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Well, it's amazing. I was really.
Your hair is growing a lot.
Thank you. I'm doing so well. I just got better. I mean, I was like about 80%, and then I saw your all's faces, and I'm like, oh, I'm back. I need to see you all.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Sister Sandra.
Oh, Liz going to bring my coffee in there a little bit.
I just I stay with the puppies because they are
They drive us nuts.
They are attention. They want attention. The puppies all the time. So then I try to stay with them in the room. Otherwise they're impossible. But we love them.
Sometimes they come up and want to be on camera.
Yeah, sometimes they do, but they like attention. So when we are in other things, then they start doing their
Acting up.
Yeah.
Just like a child.
Yes, they are.
The minute they know you're not focusing on them, it's not good.
I know. But I'm in the background and I'm reading along.
Okay, honey. I love
you. Good to see you.
Can you turn on the light on your way back?
Sure.
Like I saw Lou. He's going to get my coffee.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to say hello to Raul for a minute?
Hello.
Hello.
I've got to go get your glasses.
Okay, thank you, honey. I love you.
Love everybody. Okay. Here.
Has Phil said hello yet? I didn't see him. I guess I should look at the chat. Oh, there's Phil. I was just looking to see if you signed in yet, bro.
He didn't Mark was put me on the back burner.
See, I told him, I said, make sure I'm up there first before.
Yeah, I saw. I figured the conspiracy. No, I was making pancakes for my wife, so.
Oh, Lou.
So tell Lou that he's got to step it up next week.
Yeah. Well, I got my coffee.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And he brought me my glasses.
Yeah. How's Dan doing from last week?
What?
He's
How was
doing,
Dan doing from last week?
Oh,
he's getting stronger every week.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
he's way back there.
I'm way back here.
Yeah, I hear him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Well, he had the operation to reverse his
Yeah.
situation, and he's doing well with that too.
I'll connect.
Oh, good. That's great.
Damn way.
Oh yeah, Lou just said he's gaining weight.
Oh, good.
That's always a good sign,
Right.
except for us old ladies.
Mhm. How many people are going to be here today, you think, on this?
I don't know. I was just looking through the chat to see who I could maybe talking to coming on. Who's here? Who's listening?
Yeah.
Levi, we need you to come on. Rose, come on. I don't think I've ever seen Rose on here.
I don't know if I have either.
Peggy struggles with her Wi-Fi or her stream.
Oh.
Peggy struggles with her. Oh,
Somebody
hey
got
Peggy.
YouTube.
Turn off your YouTube, Peggy.
Yeah, something's going on.
She's here. Hi, so glad to see you. Even though I don't see you. There you are. Hey, sweetie. Yahoo could come on, I'm sure. Sam and Annie, I don't know who they are. I'd love to meet them. And Bob in from US. I'd love to meet some of these people that watch. And I know Joe Hessen could come on and share some good stuff with us. And Lorena Barron. In a little while is here. Rich Hill Jilly. Come on, Jilly. Okay, I've named everybody that should come on. Everybody that's on the chat, come on. We need new input. No, the horsemen. Oh, last night, the horsemen, which are really spirits, which is difficult for me to separate because, you know, you grew up with that image of the horsemen, but really they're spirits. Is that what you picked out of it, Phil?
Yes.
And they're pouring the vials. Is that what's happening? Or
Yeah.
when they show up, they have the vials with them.
Yeah, I think it's all spiritual, so
Yeah, and they cause
that's part
stuff,
of judgment. Yeah.
and they cause all this stuff to happen.
Yep.
But it's really Yahuwah's planned it all. He knows what.
Right.
Scary stuff.
Were you there last night, Raul?
Yeah, I was there.
Yes.
It brought back memories from when we kind of had that same study at one time on natsarimlife.com.
Yeah.
And I have pictures of his board from when
Right.
that I
When
took
he
with a
was
phone
doing
in order to remember. Yeah.
I wish I had that picture, Roll. Do you have a good picture of it? Your mic is off, honey.
I'm gonna look through it, see if I find them.
Thank you. It'd be nice if Mark still has that picture.
Well, he held that sign up. You mean that sign he had held up?
I might have missed that. Where was it? When did he do that?
The laity. Well, he was talking about the different.
Oh, the laity, the 4
Yeah.
levels of
Yeah.
the laity and the
Is
priesthood.
that what you were talking about?
Yes, I have that. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking.
I would have to go to my computer because once I have too many photos in the phone, I kind of
You have.
download them into the computer.
Yeah.
And
I
that was
have,
like 2 years ago.
yes, I have that. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure which one you were talking about. In fact, my husband has given me a lot of instructions on that same thing. And I didn't get it. I didn't get it for some reason. I still don't get it. So what? So there's 4 levels. Why do we need to know that? How does that help us? Anyway, that's what I told my husband. And I
think it just helps you understand of why and the why and the where. It's just part of the signs of the end. Maybe, I don't know.
maybe.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
Hey, Oz, I have somebody.
Shabbat shalom.
Maybe, I don't know.
I have somebody very anxious to send you something, Oz, and they asked me if I would send it to you, but I don't have your address.
Wait, whom? What? Sorry, can you repeat?
I have someone who wants to send you something,
Oh,
and they want your address. They want to
Okay.
send you a B1V.
oh, okay.
But I don't have your address.
Oh, I can send you my address.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, who's this special person?
Well, I'll let them introduce themselves when they
Okay.
feel like it. We're not supposed to brag about what we do.
I received the Fossilized Costumes book the other day, like a week ago, and that book should be a textbook. Like it literally should be in all schools, like starting like from 8th grade. You should probably everybody should be reading that.
I
couldn't put it down.
When Lou first wrote the littlest one for the first edition, I thought to myself, is this the book that he ate and it was sweet in his mouth and then became bitter in his stomach because he realized we aren't doing this?
Right.
I
give it. I bought an extra one because I give it to my friend, but he praises a lot of the J-Man and God and but he also understands a lot of the background story of paganism behind it, and it helped him a lot. I just feel like I need to buy like a dozen to give them away. Yeah, it's seriously good. It's a very good book.
Yeah, I bought at first I bought probably, I don't know, 20 or 30 of them, not all at once, but then I hand them out to people.
I know you want to just hand them out, right?
Right.
You just want everybody. Yeah.
Well, that's why Lou wrote so many of those tracks that he has, because that's more economical to hand the tracks, and if somebody comes back and said, do you have more information? Then
Right.
you get them a book.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But so you have ordered from us before, Oz?
No, that one I ordered from Amazon because you told me to order it from Amazon.
That's right. We can't ship to.
Yeah, we're in Canada. But I'm thinking, it's like if at some point maybe I'll ask you to I'll buy just like literally a dozen or 2 dozens, and I'll send them to my friend in the States, and I'll just go and pick them up from there. Because I do I have so many people that I'm like, oh man, this person should be reading this. Oh man, this person should be reading this. Yeah. So it is like a really good textbook, honestly.
I didn't realize. I didn't even think about the fact that you were in Canada.
Yeah.
And so I have the information. I have the book to send you. Someone paid for it, but I can't send it to you. Oh, I have to think about this. Maybe that person can mail it to you herself. I'll see about this.
Why can't you ship to Canada? I don't understand.
Because we're a business and there's laws. We have to establish an account with the federal government to deposit so much amount of money into this deposit in case we send something and they don't pay the dues, then they take it out of my deposit.
But the dues are paid in Canada.
They're supposed to be, but people don't pay their duty taxes or whatever. And we're supposed to have an account for the federal government to take money out. I don't know. I didn't want to get involved. I said, well, we let eBay and Amazon ship to Canada. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, because if you, like, for example, in Shopify stores, like I have a Shopify store, and basically if you have the store on Shopify, they basically, like, you are under their account for shipping because you're buying the shipping labels under their account, which is in like a super low discount rate. Because I mean,
Right.
they ship billions of things, right? But that's with Shopify. And I mean, I ship a lot to like the US and other parts of the
You
world.
do? And
Yeah.
how do you do that? How do you do that without being hit with those?
Because I mean, you're doing it through Shopify. So Shopify basically, you're buying the shipping label, you're buying them through the Shopify platform, who already has agreements with UPS, with USPS, with DHL, right? So you select what carriers you want to use, and you get them at a super discount rate. That's why everybody's using Shopify, because it's like, it just simplifies absolutely everything, right? You have your company number and your tax number. You charge your taxes and do all the thing. But for shipping in particularly, it works fabulously because it reduces your cost of shipping by probably like a 40%.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Because we were just, that was our policy, and then we lost.
And it automatically, for the customer, is easier because automatically just calculates the shipping cost to their location, right? Based on your location and the weight of your item. So automatically just give them the shipping rates, and it's like they can select what they want, right?
So they pay it or they don't pay it.
Right.
Ah!
Yeah.
Well, Yahuwah, thank you, Father Almighty, for your infinite wisdom that you've shared with me. Thank you. All esteem to you. I just learned some business changing information.
Yeah, I mean, those are complex. I don't know. Even for me, honestly, the world of technology is just getting more and more complex every time. You know, if you potentially feel behind, I mean, I'm still in my 30s, and I feel I'm heading behind. Like, I'm like, oh my god, I can't catch up with all this stuff.
Imagine being in your 70s. Honey.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. It's like, like what? You know,
I'd love to have somebody. You're familiar with Shopify? You know how that works?
Yeah. I know how to do a lot of that stuff.
Do you know my email address?
No, I don't know your email address.
Well, everybody can have my email address because I'm going to look into being able to ship overseas now. It's Phyllis, PHYLLIS. Everybody knows Grandma Phyllis at TorahZone.net.
Okay, at TorahZone.net.
That should be easy to remember.
Yeah.
Would you mind just emailing me and you can email me your address if you don't mind, and I can.
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't look at that business email on the weekend, so I probably won't see it till tomorrow.
Right.
It's Sabbath.
Phyllis is PHI?
No, PHY. Yellow.
LI?
No, PHYLLIS.
TorahZone.net. Okay.
Got it?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Got it. Okay.
I don't normally look at my email, but I will run over there and check, make sure I got something from you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. But
Well, thank you, brother. I don't know if you'd be willing to help me. I could
I
pay
mean,
you.
I would love to help you. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not, they're not complex. It's not a complex system, but it will definitely, for what Lou is doing with Torah Zone, it will definitely, like, your reach out will be like worldwide by moving to Shopify.
Well, see, we were worldwide with Xcart. We just did it all the time. We just shipped international for years. I mean, for 15 years, we were shipping international. And then they went, boom, you've got to establish this account with us. And I just don't want to get entangled in the federal government's business. I just don't.
No, I mean, as long as you have your business number and you pay your taxes, you know, you can do your thing. But all the shipment is done through Shopify, which it just relieves you from even having a UPS account or a USPS account. It relieves you from a lot of that because you're buying directly, like, from Shopify as intermediary to be basically the shipping label dealer, right? And you're buying at a discounted rate, which is like pretty good rate compared to if you were just, you know, trying to get your own rates from UPS or USPS.
Now see, that's, I've been comparing their rates. I try to get a shipping label from them occasionally just to compare, and their rates sometimes are a lot higher for me than I can give through Stamps. I don't know if you've heard of stamps.com. But I used them for years, like 10 or 15 years, and they give me a really good discount on everything.
Right, because they're buying, like, you know, 1 million labels prepaid pretty much from these companies, and then they give them a super good rate, which is kind of what Shopify does. But if you're like, you know, even UPS, it becomes like super affordable in the States. You know, for a book, I don't even think it's more than $9 probably to ship within mainland.
See, that's it. It can be cheaper than $9, and if you send flat rate, Lou can get a lot of things in the flat rate, and we can ship a lot of things in one of those padded flat rate. You know what? Let's not talk business. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I forgot.
Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Oh.
Huh?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope everybody listening can please forgive me.
It's okay. We're talking business.
It just comes out of your head, you know?
I mean, just that the topic just curved into
Okay,
that.
the topic. Okay, we're talking about.
Where's Mark?
He's probably stunned that I'm allowing the conversation to get on business right now.
Okay. Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat
Shalom.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started on today's study. I better probably turn on some lights real quick. Light it up, man. Okay, so we're in Jeremiah. Yeah, we're in chapter 6. Let's see now. I don't know where that's coming from because everybody's mic's off. Anyway, we're in Jeremiah chapter 6. And just to make sure everybody's caught up here with what's going on, Jeremiah, this is, it was after Isaiah, and this is during the Babylonian captivity, if you will. He was kind of like pre-exile prophet, if you will, that was hanging out in Judah, the southern kingdom. And along with him, living at the same time, his contemporaries, if you will, were Ezekiel. And Ezekiel was mostly prophesying and hanging out in Babylon territory. And Daniel was also his contemporary, and he was in the castle in Babylon and prophesying out of the castle, serving the sovereign of Babylon. And the other two prophets that they say were contemporary with Jeremiah was Saphaniah, who was hanging out in Judah in Jerusalem at the same time Jeremiah was, and then Habakkuk, which was living and hanging out in Jerusalem. Now, Ezekiel and Daniel obviously were prophesying during the exile, mostly. There was some age between them, but they still lived at the same time period. And Jeremiah is considered mostly pre-exile, and then the other two would be during the exile to Babylon exile. Habakkuk and Zephaniah were also pre-exile, so they kind of went into the exile, but they weren't really looked at as one of the exile prophets as much as Daniel and Ezekiel were. Okay, so that's what's going on, and there wasn't just Jeremiah. So a lot of people think the prophets, were like Isaiah and then Jeremiah, and they all took their turn as their generation popped up, and that's really not the case at all. Okay, they were prophesying at the same time. There were age difference between them, but they were contemporaries of each other. That means they lived and prophesied at the same time. That's what contemporary means. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Would you repeat the prophets that were contemporary again for me?
Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Zephaniah, and Habakkuk.
Thank you. Thank you.
But they were all living at the same time.
Yes.
And were they from the same regions?
Yeah, Jeremiah was from Judah, the southern kingdom. Zephaniah was from Judah in Jerusalem. Habakkuk was from Jerusalem. Ezekiel was up in the Babylonian territory, Babylon. And Daniel, of course, was a servant in the castle of Babylon and was prophesying out of the castle. Remember? He was interpreting dreams of the sovereign and all this kind of stuff, right? Became the master of all the magicians because he was in the castle. And he was actually very young when he was taken into Babylonian captivity, and he was made a eunuch because all the young men that were taken into the castle to serve the king were made eunuchs so that they didn't mess around with the king's wives. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Was there any communication between any of them?
Not that we know of. There's really nothing suggesting that I know of. They basically, there may have been, but there's nothing recorded that I know of. Maybe we'll stumble across something, but I can't point to anything that says that or suggested, but they basically just wrote, what Yahuwah told them to do, and so they weren't really writing so much about themselves and their life, but what Yahuwah told them, when Yahuwah gave them to speak. That's what they really wrote about. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this before we get started? I just wanted to clarify that because I know a lot of people think that everybody took their turn as generation came up, and that's not the case at all, really. There's a lot of them overlapped in timeline.
So how were they all they were all accepted as like prophets, even though throughout the same generation. Like they were all like revered as prophets. There was no like guideline that will say that there was only one prophet at a time, or like didn't. Okay.
No, they were looked at as prophets. You know, the people saw them or was listening to them. They knew they were a prophet, or whoever they were talking to. We can see that, you know, through, you know, it's all through scripture, really. I mean, Yahusha was a contemporary of Yehukanan the Immerser, who was considered the greatest prophet of all time. And Yahusha himself being a prophet, they lived at the same time. You know, it's not something that's weird. You know, we see this all through scripture in the Tanakh and the Natsarim writings, prophets living at the same time. So if, say, Jeremiah was in Jerusalem, everybody knew that the prophet was there, and they would gather and listen to him, that the message he was giving them coming from Yahuwah, and say the next day Zephaniah was there, or Habakkuk was there, and they were given a message from Yahuwah, they would all gather and listen to that prophet. Did they know each other? Maybe. More than likely. Especially if they hung around Jerusalem. It wasn't that big. You know, it wasn't a huge city or anything. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Any questions about last night?
How much time do we have?
As much time as you want.
You know, Brother Mark, of course, I was getting real sleepy, and I don't think I listened to the whole program last night. You spent a lot of time explaining the difference between the pale and the green, and I loved it. But I kind of went to sleep when you were describing what the green horse was. But they're all spirits, aren't they? They're not. They don't have. How do they have colors if they're spirits? I don't know. I gotta watch the program again.
Yeah, the horses are spirits, and they're identified by their color. Their color tells us which spirit they are. The color of the horse. The rider is identified separately from the horse. So a lot of people get that confused. They think the rider and the horse are both. For instance, the white horse is the conqueror or conquest, and people think that includes the rider and the horse, but it does not. Okay, and so the rider of the horse is conquest, the conqueror. The horse itself, the white horse, is Catholicism and Christianity, a superpower, a religious superpower that will be on the earth at the second coming of Yahusha. When he arrives on the earth in his return, those are the powers, the superpowers that will be in control on this earth when he comes back. And they're all here. All four seals have been opened, and they've been open for a while.
That was the piece I needed to hear. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions about last night? Anything about the prophets before we get started?
So clarify, you mean the riders, like the white horse, the rider is conquest. That's the rider, the spirit.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the rider's conquest. or conqueror, if you will.
And then I remember you teaching one time that all of them represent conquest, famine, war, and death. All of those.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Yeah.
But each one brought forth a major spirit, but they all are the same.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all the same. They're all doing the same thing. You know, they're all basically, but more so is the seals and the trumpets and the bowls are all letting us know that there will be conquest, war, and death, all on the earth at the time Yahushua is coming, and it's going to be intensified. In other words, but yeah, they all are actually representing the same thing. Especially if you look at and famine. And if you look at verse 8, it says, "I looked and saw a green horse." Okay, so the green horse is representation of the superpower religion of Islam, and the rider is death. It says, "He who sat on it had the name Death, and the grave followed with him." And so there is, death right there, and you could see war and famine. All of that has to do with death, right? Conquering and all that. And the authority was given over 1/4 of the Euphrates, which 1/4 of the population of the earth are Islamic, or in the Islamic religion. So that prophecy has been fulfilled exactly. And to kill with sword and hunger. See, so there's war, and there's in hunger, there's famine, and with death, there's the death, and by the beast of the Euphrates. And so here we see all four, conquer, war, famine, and death represented in the green horse. But really they're represented in all four. But all four together, that's what they're representing. So that's the state or the condition that the earth will be in when Yahushua returns. That's going to be intensified. And if you think about it, World War III and nuclear, biological, and chemical war will have taken place. The tribulation years will have taken place. Armageddon, which is another nuclear and biological war and chemical war, will have taken place. And then Yahushua comes back. So yes, conquest, war, famine, and death will be running rampant on the earth when Yahushua returns. Intensified to the point of it, nothing's ever been like it before. But we've always had that stuff, right? Through the history of the world, but in the end times, as these spirits become fruitful and pure and intensify, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And so these four horses of the apocalypse are the first four seals that have been opened. The Christianity, Catholicism, Universalism came in 300 AD. Okay. And communism, that came around 1858. The red horse, the black horse around 1900, the green horse, although was born around 650 AD, it really came out onto the world stage prominently in 1990. And it's been here ever since, to the point where it's actually taken over as the enemy of the West, even more so than the red horse, than communism. We've been fighting with the green horse for a long time now, since 1990. That's a long time. Okay, so all 4 seals have been opened, and they've been with us for quite a while. So what does that mean for us? Well, we're waiting on the 5th seal to open. All the first 4 seals have opened. So where are we at? We're waiting on that 5th seal. And then what is the 5th seal? It's the tribulation years. We're waiting on the last 3.5 years. That's what's coming next. That's what's next on the timeline. So we're getting close, man. Very, very close. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I remember the other question I had. How can, if there's the 4 horsemen bring the seals, that there's 5 seals? Who brought the 5th one?
The horsemen are the seals, are the first 4 seals. They didn't bring them. They are the seals. There's 7. There's the 5th seal, which is tribulation, the 6th seal, which is the second coming, the return of Yahusha and the day of Yahuwah. And then the 7th seal is total silence on the earth and in heaven. Okay, so these are all events that is going to happen, ushering in the return of Yahusha is what they are. And the first 4 seals have been opened, and the first 4 seals are the 4 horsemen or horses of the apocalypse. That's what they're known as. People know them as. But they usually don't identify. People run around, they make puzzles of the 4 horses and pictures and draw pictures of them and talk about them, like, ooh, this mysterious thing, these 4 horsemen, they're coming to get us. At the end, these 4 horses will be released on the earth, and we'll see them running around, chopping people's heads off and killing people and hurting us. And they visualize 4 actual horses running around on the earth doing this kind of stuff. This is very mysterious to them. And so they make up all these crazy stories and mythology, religious mythology about them, not understanding the prophecy or the events, the foretold events leading up to the return of Yahusha. So none of that's going to happen, and these big controllers, large controlling superpowers, 2 of them are religious and 2 of them are political. And there's going to be 2 giant controllers, the false prophet coming out of the religious tier and the anti-Messiah coming out of the political tier to rule over the earth. They'll be the rulers together, sharing power at the time of Yahusha's return, because he grabs them and throws them into the lake of fire. They're the first 2 that gets thrown into the lake of fire. Nobody's in the lake of fire yet, but he's going to grab the anti-Messiah and the false prophet and throw those 2 into the lake of fire. So we know that together they're the rulers. And they're going to come from Europe. The nations that are identified by animals in Revelations and in Daniel are all European nations. Every single one of them is a European nation. And so we know that the Asha riding on the back of the beast, the red scarlet beast, is a religious power. And this Asha wearing scarlet and purple is going to be Rome, the Vatican. So more than likely the false prophet will be the last pope. And the political leader is more than likely anti-Messiah is going to come out of Europe, because all those animals that are foretold to collaborate to make up the end time beast, the scarlet beast, are European nations, all of them. And so the color of the beast is red, scarlet. So that indicates either a communist government or a socialist government, is more than likely what the anti-Messiah is going to be, that beast system. And the Asha the wearing the scarlet and the purple, she's wearing red as well, riding on the back of the scarlet beast. So, that's an indication that the white horse, which followed north after the black horse, up until that point, is going to turn and follow after the red horse at the end. And I believe that's why she's got red and purple on. Fascinating stuff. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on last night's study? If not, give me a reader. Let's start in Jeremiah 6. Who wants to read it? Jeremiah 6. Phil, go ahead, brother.
Chapter 6, verse 1. O children of Benjamin, gather yourselves to flee out of the midst of Jerusalem. Blow the ram's horn in Torquah, and set up a signal fire in Beth Hakkerem. For evil has been seen from the north, and great destruction. I shall cut off the lovely and delicate one, the daughter of Zion. The shepherds of their flocks shall come to her. They shall pitch their tents against her all around. They shall pasture, each one of them in his own place. Set apart battle against her. Arise, let us go up at noon. Woe to us, for the arm goes away, for the shadows of the evening are lengthening. Arise and let us go by Laeth, and let us destroy her palaces. For thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, cut down her trees and cast a single mound against Jerusalem. She is the city to be punished, in whose midst there is only oppression. As well flows with water, so she flows with her evil. Violence, destruction are heard in her. Before me continually are suffering and smiting. Be instructed, O Jerusalem, lest my being torn from you, lest I make you a waste, a land not inhabited. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, let them thoroughly glean as a vine the remnant of Israel. Pass your hand again over the branches like a grape gatherer. To whom shall I speak and give warning, so that they hear? See, their ear is uncircumcised, and they are unable to listen. See, the word of Yahuwah is reproach to them. They do not delight in it. Therefore I am filled with the wrath of Yahuwah. I have become weary of containing it. Pour it out on the children outside, on the company of young men together. For even husband and ashes shall be taken, and the aged and very old, and their houses be turned over to others, fields and wives together. For I shall stretch out my hand against the inhabitants of the land, declares Yahuwah. From the least of them, even to the greatest of them, they are all greedy for gain. And from the prophet, even to the priest, all act falsely. They all heal the break of my people slightly, saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace.
Hang on a minute, Phil.
Okay.
All right. So here in 14, and they heal the break of my people slightly, saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace. Do you think this is talking about this particular time that Jeremiah was living in there around Jerusalem? Remember now, this was probably pre-exile period here, just before the Babylonian exile, but or do you think this is more prophetic toward the end times, and like the times we're living in now? What do you think? Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Phyllis?
I'd like to hear what Brother Phil says, but I think we're living in it right now.
You think it's talking about our time when they're saying peace, peace, when there is no peace? They are doing that right now, aren't they, over in the Middle East? They really are.
Exactly.
They're promising peace, peace, and peace, but really there is no peace. They're still fighting, aren't they? Go ahead, Phil.
I concur. Same thing. I think it's now.
So I think it may be both. This could be a type or foreshadow of the end times. No doubt about that. Yahuwah, man, he's so intelligent, you know. He can say things back then to those people that pertain to them, but it also pertained to people generations far away from that point, from that time. You know, so it's kind of amazing how he can do that. But this is definitely kind of what's going on right now in our own time. Peace, peace, when there is no peace. There's also a scripture that says that they'll say peace, peace. And when they're saying peace, peace, all of a sudden calamity suddenly comes upon them. What scripture is that? Anybody know where that's at? Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, by the way, during the time of Yahusha, the population of Jerusalem was around 20 to 25,000 people. So, you know, the prophets may have known each other and may have not. They probably did, because everybody would have known who they were. This. Yeah. I guess it's in Thessalonians. We'll take a look and see. So go to Thessalonians.
First Thessalonians 5:3.
Yeah, 1 Thessalonians 5:3. You want to read it?
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Let's see.
157, if you're looking for it, page 1157.
Okay. First Thessalonians chapter 5. It says, but when they say peace and safety, then suddenly destruction comes upon them as labor pains upon a pregnant Asha, and they shall not escape.
Yeah, so, you know, seeing that, you know, we could say that that is relating to our time. I mean, if you look at this first two up there, everybody's going to be caught off guard, aren't they? And so this is really a warning for the sinners, for the unrighteous. It says, for you yourselves know very well that the Yom of Yahuwah comes as a thief in the night. See that? So the sinners will be caught off guard. And then look at, you know, it talks about this comes, then suddenly destruction, like labor pains on a pregnant woman. All of a sudden, bam, you're in it. It ain't nothing you can do to stop it. It's coming, right? And there's no escape. It's going to happen. Once it starts, you're going to have that baby, right? But look at that verse 14, man. But you, brothers, are not in darkness, so that this Yom should overtake you as a thief. See, it doesn't apply to us. It only applies to the unrighteous. So the Natsarim should know that he's coming back, because we're commanded to know. But the sinners, they'll be caught with their pants down. It's going to come on them so quick they ain't going to know what happened to them. But the Natsarim will know. You see that? It's very clear. Okay, so back over to Jeremiah 6:14 there. I can agree with you. I think this was, you know, a type and a foreshadow of this particular time period, but it also transits into our era in the end times. You know, I think it really collaborates with 1 Thessalonians 5:3. So you may want to mark that. if you're the type of person that likes to keep track of references. It's what I like to do anyway. All righty. Anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions? It is, it's something that's really crazy since we're on this subject here, is what's going on there in Gaza, where Trump's talking about taking it over and turning it into a tourist trap, Riviera of the Middle East, and which he's not going to do. Okay. And, but what's the thing that gets me here is that this war, Gaza war, is prophesied in Scripture. Not only is it prophesied in Scripture, it tells us the outcome of the war. So we know what's going to happen. And it's not going to be Trump building it up and making a tourist trap out of it. Has anybody ever read about this war? I actually did, a study on this. When that war first started, if y'all recall. But to refresh your memory, go to Zephaniah. Zephaniah, and it would be page 629. 629. It's right before Psalms. And actually 627. And it would be chapter 2, beginning with verse 4. It says, for Gaza, okay, see Gaza there, that A-Z-Z-A-H, that's Gaza City. And so what all these are, these 5 cities are cities of the Philistine, okay, including Gaza. So for Gaza, that's Gaza City, is abandoned, and Ashkelon laid waste. Ashdod is driven out at noonday, and Ekron is uprooted. These are Gaza City and other cities within that Gaza Strip in the Philistine area territory. And woe to the inhabitants of the seacoast, the nation of the Kerethites. The word of Yahuwah is against you, Canaan, land of the Philistine, and I shall destroy you, so that there is no inhabitant. And the sea coast shall be pastures, shepherds, meadows, and enclosures for flocks. And the coast shall be for the remnant of the house of Yehudah. It's going to go back into the possession of Israel. And they feed their flocks on it. At evening they lie down in the house of Ashkelon. For Yahuwah their Elohim shall visit them and turn back their captivity. So this is telling us Gaza is going to be totally leveled. And it has been. If you've seen pictures of that war, ain't a whole lot left, man. It's rubble. And so, according to Scripture here, not only is Gaza going to be taken and given back to Yehudah, but it's going to be turned into pasture land for the sheep. And the shepherds are going to watch over their flock on the seacoast. That's what Scripture says is going to happen to Gaza. So we'll see if that happens. This war here takes place before World War III. But guess what? After this war, guess what happens? The 6th trumpet war comes. The 6th trumpet's blown, and here comes World War III, the most devastating war mankind has ever fought or ever will fight. Going to kill 1/3 of mankind. But this war had to take place first, and it did. It's happening right now. All right. don't forget this Zephaniah was a contemporary of Jeremiah. And he lived in and around Jerusalem in Judah. He was very familiar with Judah and Jerusalem, in other words. Okay, any comments, thoughts, or questions up at this point?
When we read that the trumpet's going to sound, is that like literal, figuratively, or an idiomatic spoken type of way? It's like like I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think it could be both. I think it's figurative as far as literal goes, but I also believe that in the spiritual realm, that the messengers could blow a shofar to start that calamity on the earth as a signal to the heavens that it's going to start. And Scripture talks about the heavenly hosts up there with Yahuwah, and they have jobs. They actually do things. One of their jobs is watching over humans, guarding and protecting humans and children, but they also are messengers. They act as an emissary and bring messages to people from Yahuwah, and they even talk among each other. I mean, it says that the devil, Hillel, and the archangel Michael fought over the body of Moshe. And Yahuwah himself came down, run him off, and took Moshe's body and buried him himself. Nobody knows where, not even the angels. But we can see different activities throughout Scripture. So I have no doubt that a messenger could actually blow the trumpet in the Shemayim. There's people running around. You may have seen it on the internet that claim that they've heard a shofar or trumpet blow, a real loud noise, coming from just nowhere, and they've actually heard that. There's a lot of people claim they heard it. And makes you wonder.
We're gonna all hear it, no? The whole world will hear this sound.
I don't think the whole world will hear it, but maybe some people will. I don't know.
Right.
But I'm just saying. I think as far as figurative in the literal world, in our world, it could be. But on the other side of the coin, spiritually, in the spiritual world, it could be real. It could be actually happen. They may blow the trumpet up in the Shemayim, signifying the beginning of World War III. If you go to Revelations 9, it has the fifth messenger sounding, and then it goes over into 13. There's the sixth messenger sounding, and 9:13 is what they call, Revelations 9 war, or what would be better known as World War III. Okay, and so this sixth trumpet war, if you will, or World War III, starting in 9:13, talks about 4 Malachim having been bound in the great river Euphrates. And these 4 Malachim, those having been prepared for an hour in the yom, the moon, and a year, were released to kill a third of mankind. So are these 4 Malachim going to go running around the earth and killing a third of mankind? No. But the spirit of war is going to be released. And that spirit of war, more than likely, is going to be the red horse, because we know that the horse is a spirit. And so instead of saying red horse, we can say red spirit. We read that in Zechariah. Remember Zechariah 6, 1-8 from last night? And so this spirit of war is going to not go around and kill a third of mankind, but he's going to create a war. He's going to get the war drums beating, get the war mood going on the earth and get men riled up, right? And so a great war will break out. And it says the number of the armies of the horsemen were 200 million. And I heard the number of them. And China right now has boasted since probably year 2000 that they can actually field a 200 million man army by themselves. And so a combination of Red China, Russia, and Iran, and Korea, they could easily do it. You know, Korea has the largest army in the world right now. And so the number of these were 200 million. And then it goes and says that their color is fiery red, which is what the communist flag is. And the red horse was fiery red as well, was he not? Yeah, look at Revelation 6. And another horse, fiery red, went out. See that? Right off the get-go right there. Be Revelation 6:4. And another horse, fiery red. And then back over here, we see that they have breastplates of fiery red. And hyacinth blue, which is like kind of like the blue on the American flag, and sulfur yellow. And so most communist countries have a red, fiery red flag with yellow symbols. Okay, and these and the heads of the horses were like the heads of lions, and out of their mouths came fire and smoke and sulfur. This is probably explaining jets, helicopters, tanks, artillery, things like that. And then it says a third of mankind was killed by these three plagues, by the fire, the smoke, and the sulfur, which came out of their mouths. Okay, and so conventional warfare cannot kill 1/3 of mankind. There's just no way they can do it. Impossible. Okay, they've proven it impossible. And so the only way that many people can be killed is by the use of nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. Weapons of mass destruction. It's the only way. Conventional war, never going to happen. They can fight for 100 years and they're not going to kill that many people. Eventually, it has to go nuclear, biological, and chemical, NBC. And so the three plagues that kills 1/3 of mankind are the fire is nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. That's the three plagues that kills 1/3 of mankind. John didn't know how to express that in words because he didn't have them. But his definition is not that interpret. Oh, really? You just got to use your imagination a little bit. Put yourself in John's shoes. And how would you explain these things if you didn't have any words for them? Well, how would you explain them? You could only explain them with the words that was available to you at that time. That's the only way. He couldn't tell you. He couldn't say tank or helicopter or airplane or computer or missiles or rockets or nuclear bombs. He didn't know any of those words. So he used the words that were available to him. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was wondering if this past fake virus was their attempt to, be one of those plagues.
No, that's what people say, but people say a lot of things, people want to use their imagination to explain away a lot of things. And people have always done that, and we don't listen to people, their understanding of things, their explanations of things, because they don't understand scriptures. They're not receiving information from the Ruach HaKodesh. They're dreaming this up in their own little minds. Look how many, and it runs rapid, with these conspiracy freaks. They start a conspiracy every time something happens, Now, what's the big conspiracy right now going around? Number one conspiracy: Donald Trump is the anti-Messiah. That's their big conspiracy now. We read about the anti-Messiah, and then look at what Donald Trump's doing, and it's easy to see he's the anti-Messiah.
He does wear red.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is, they're running around saying that, this COVID vaccine was the mark of the beast. Give me a friggin' break. Give me a break, man. I'm tired of the conspiracy junk. If that was true, Yahu should be back already. Because that mark of the beast is coming in the tribulation years. And once that's implemented, he's coming back within that 3. Even if you get the mark of the beast at the beginning of the 3.5 years, you still only have 3.5 years before Yahusha comes back. So it's been a lot longer than that since COVID was here. So he would already be here if the COVID vaccine was the mark of the beast. So obviously it is not. It's just conspiracy, silliness coming out of the human mind. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right. Now, I'm not saying the vaccines are good or vaccines are bad, because we don't know what's in them. That's the scary part of a vaccine, is we don't know what's in them. And that, I think, was the big thing about the COVID vaccine, is we didn't know what was in it. And people were saying they were shooting, I can't even think of the name of that stuff now, but it was kind of went into your body and made you a receiver and a transmitter with 5G network and all this stuff, and I doubt it, you know what I mean? I highly doubt that. But if it was, I guess we'll find that out too. But that's the scary part of vaccines. You just don't know what's in them, because they have these now they have nanotechnology. You know what nanotechnology is? It's little tiny machines that can do things, and they can inject that into your bloodstream, man. These little tiny nanobots, and they can do things in your body that they give them orders to do. I mean, they could have those in them vaccines. Who knows? What's in them? That's the scary part. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions?
I mean, just one that I just now that you touched the topic. So where do you? I don't want to go on a tangent, but where do you see like artificial intelligence in this scenario of the revelation, right? Because it's going to play a major role right now. It's already playing a major role, artificial intelligence, in the world, the scenario. So is there any sort of connection with scripture that AI is going to do something or is appearing as something? I always thought that the anti-Mashiach, it potentially be, some sort of technology or some sort of like artificial intelligence. I don't know, like some sort of technological thing, like the idea that aliens will come down. You know, I mean, I don't believe in that stuff, but I believe that they have the technology to project that into people. Right? They can project anything. Right? So
Yeah,
No weapon formed against us should prosper.
yeah, they can. You know, there's a possibility. Okay, through all this UFO stuff and everything that's going on, that they could try to influence people with these UFOs and aliens and stuff like that, you know, and try to come and, you know, they could be actually demons in spliced bodies that they created in their underground labs or whatever. And the demons inhabited them, and they try to put them off as being aliens from other galaxies, and they make these ships because they get this technology from demons, which is they're not allowed to give men, but they do anyway. And they did it before the time of Noah as well. They shared technology that they weren't allowed to share with humans, but they did. They told them the secrets to women, and the women told the secrets to the men. And so they could use that, you know, to try to say that, you know, come and send a message like, you know, we're your God. You know, we're the ones that put you on here. We sent our DNA to the earth, you know, and formed you with our DNA, and we put you here. So we're your true GODs, to get people to turn and worship these aliens and things like that. This big giant lie, and people could fall for it, you know. And I mean, and other kinds of things too, you know. But I don't really worry too much about that kind of stuff, because I think that, you know, we've got enough to worry about. And when scripture's talking about the anti-Messiah, 2 nuclear wars, the tribulation years, the devil coming down, causing havoc, and all this stuff, that's enough, you know. And so you're going to see a lot of crazy stuff like that going on. We're not going to have to worry about aliens. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, let's go back to Jeremiah then. So Jeremiah, and this continue on, Phil.
Verse 15. Were they ashamed when they had done abomination? No, they were not at all ashamed, nor did they know how to blush. Therefore they shall fall among those who fall. They shall stumble at the time I visit them, said Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah, stand in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths where the good way is, and walk in it, and find the rest for yourselves. But they said, we do not walk in it. And I raised up watchmen over you, and said, listen to the sound of the ram's horn. But they said, we do not listen. Therefore, hear, you nations, and know, O congregation, what is upon them. Hear, O Eretz, see, I am bringing evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not listened to my words nor my Torah, and they rejected it. What need have I of frankincense from Sheba and sweet cane from a distant land? Your burnt offerings are not acceptable, and your slaughterings have not been sweet to me.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Okay, so what do y'all think about verse 19? Hear, O Eret, see, I am bringing evil upon this people. Does Yahuwah bring evil upon people? Does he? Does Yahuwah bring evil upon people? Does he put evil on people? I mean, I thought that he was totally good, and he didn't do anything evil. This is saying, I am bringing evil upon this people. Go ahead, Phil.
He creates both good and evil.
Yeah, he created both good and evil, so therefore he can use it as he wills.
Yep.
Right.
He does it for his good pleasure. So yeah. Sorry, the bird's making so much noise in the background. I don't know why.
Bird's getting excited. We got the Ruach in him.
Yeah.
That bird's getting excited, man.
Hey, Casper, tweety, tweet, tweet, tweet.
Yeah, if we look at Isaiah 45, verse 5, it says, I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There is no Elohim besides me. I gird you, though you have not known me, so that they know me from the rising of the sun to its setting, that there is none but me. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else, forming light and creating darkness, making peace and creating evil. I, Yahuwah, do all these. So here Yahuwah is taking ownership of evil. And so when he says, I'm bringing evil upon this people, I'm going to say, yeah, Yahuwah does bring evil upon people. So he made everything the way he wants it to be. So if you were brought into this world to be evil, that's your job. You're going to be evil. If you were brought into this world to be good, that's your job. You're going to be good. So I always like to say, if you have some crazy person behind you driving erratical, and they're mad because you're going 70 instead of 75, and so they go flying around you and flip you off and holler obscenities at you, and then pull up in front of you and cut you off within about a foot of your front bumper, just to be a smart aleck. Should you flip them off and cuss them out and get all mad about them doing that? No. What you should do is you should start clapping your hands at them like that. Let them see you clapping your hands, letting them know that they're doing a really good job of being evil, like they were born to do, or being an asshole, if you will. They're doing a real good job of it. So instead of giving them the finger and acting like them, give them a hand for doing such a great job of what they were born to do. Yeah, it's pretty plain. See, I am bringing evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts. He's even their evil thoughts. He's bringing it into a reality for them and letting them have it. Which what? It makes them who they are. See, your thoughts are not you. Your thoughts are nothing but thoughts. They're not you. And so they pass in and they go right back out. We all have these thoughts. Some of them are not real good thoughts, but they just pop into your mind for no reason at all, right? All of a sudden you're sitting there and this weird evil thought pops into your mind and you go, yeah, where'd that come from, right? And you reject it. Well, as long as the thought passes through your mind, it's not you. It's just a thought. It happens to everybody. Okay. But when a thought comes into your mind and all of a sudden you grab that thought and you dwell on that thought, and all of a sudden that you act on that thought and you make it a reality, now that thought has become you and you are your thought. It belongs to you because you acted on it. And so this is very interesting. Even the fruit of their thoughts, he brings on them. Amazing, isn't it? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay. Because they have not listened to my words, nor my Torah, and they rejected it. Now look at this verse 20. It's very interesting. What need have I of frankincense from Sheba and sweet cane from a distant land? Your burnt offerings are not acceptable, and your slaughterings have not been sweet to me. What does that mean? Now, go ahead, Sandra.
So is he relating to when I think it's in Uyakara and it's in Bamidbar, which is Leviticus and Numbers, when he told them to obey his word, hear the voice of my word, my commandments. Your sacrifices and your offerings is not what he brought to them. He told them to listen and obey him. Is that what he's referring to here? These offerings and things and burnt offerings that they were doing, going through that, being disobedient.
Yeah, he didn't tell them to do those things. They hatched these things out of their own mind and started doing them. Okay, and he didn't tell them to do that. He just told them to obey his word. That's what he told them to do. But they went way beyond that. They started worshiping him with strange fire. You know, he even gave us the example of Aaron's sons, you know, when they entered into the temple burning incense. And he said, you didn't tell them to do that. And so he killed them because they were worshiping him with strange fire. And this is the same thing. Although these people are dropping dead in front of your eyeballs, like Aaron's sons did, they will be thrown into the lake of fire, and they will be really dead then. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What this makes me think about is when Yahushua said, even a man who does not keep the commandments, even his prayers are an abomination. So it's kind of like the same type. The incense is prayers are supposed to be like incense. And that is a beautiful jacket, Sandra.
Go ahead, Oz.
So here in 20, this Shiva, those refers from Shiva from India? Like, is that talking about like that deity?
Yeah, Sheba. But in Hebrew, Sheba actually means weeks or 7.
Oh.
You know, but yeah, I would say this is Sheba. This is from somewhere probably out there around India. We could take a look real quick. Anybody else got any thoughts or questions? Yeah, it's saying in the scripture, Sheba is a region in southwestern Arabia where the queen of Sheba ruled from. Okay, so the queen of Sheba appears in 1 Kings 10, 1 through 12, and 2 Chronicles 9, 1 through 13. And the story tells of her visit to King Solomon in Jerusalem, where she gave him gifts, gold and spices and jewels. So in modern day, Sheba would be located near Yemen and Ethiopia. More than likely Yemen. All right. So just a region, that's all, foreign region. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. You got a message there in the chat room, Oz. You seeing it? All right, let's continue on then, Phil.
Verse 21, therefore, thus said Yahuwah, see, I am laying stumbling blocks before his people, and the fathers and the sons together shall stumble on them. The neighbor and his friend shall perish. Thus said Yahuwah, see, a people shall come from the land of the north, and a great nation is stirred up from the farthest parts of the Euphrates. They seize bow and spear. They are cruel and have no compassion. Their voice roars like the sea, and they ride on horses set array as a man for battle against you. O daughter of Zion, please, we have heard the report of it. Our hands grow weak. Distress has taken hold of us, pain as of an Asher in labor. Do not go out into the field, nor walk by the way, because of the sword of the enemy. Fear is on every side. Daughter of my people, gird in sackcloth and roll out in ashes. Make mourning as for an only son, most bitter lamentation, because suddenly in a revager shall come upon us. I have made you a trier, a stronghold among my people, so that you know and shall try their way. All of them are rebels of rebels, walking as slanderers. They are bronze and iron, all of them corrupters. The bellows have burned, the lead has been consumed by fire, the refiner has refined in vain, for those who are evil have not been separated. They shall call them rejected silver, because Yahuwah has rejected them.
All righty, man. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you notice, it's mentioned lamentation here quite a bit, which is heavy mourning, basically. Most bitter lamentation, in sackcloth and roll around in ashes. They throw ashes on their head and roll around and wear sackcloth, which itches you, drives you insane. It causes great annoyance and pain. And rolling around in ashes, that's nasty, right? And so mourning as an only son, most bitter lamentation, because suddenly the ravager shall come upon us. Okay, so there's a book in scripture called Lamentations. Okay. And that book, the author of that book is credited to Jeremiah. And what it's all about is the destruction of Jerusalem. He's lamentating over the destruction of Jerusalem, which happens during the Babylonian captivity or exile, right? Which is coming upon them. Okay, they don't know it yet, but it's coming upon them. It's going to happen. Okay, so they're getting prophecy about it. Back up here in 22, thus said Yahuwah, see, a people shall come from the land of the north, and the great nation is stirred up from the farthest parts of the Euphrates. So they seize bow and spear, they are cruel and have no compassion. Their voice roars like the sea. Who do you think that's talking about? What nation do you think that is talking about? Sandra?
Talking about the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay.
Supposed to take over them.
Yeah, in this time period, yes. Can this be relating to a nation in the future coming down from the north? Yeah, it can, huh? What nation do you think that would be? Phil?
Russia.
Yeah, the bear, Russia. Russia is supposed to come down on them, right? Gog, right? Magog, right?
He's gonna put a hook in their jaws and drag them down there.
That's right. And so this is a type and foreshadow again of the future events that's going to happen in the tribulation year. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was wondering, this is sort of like the trumpet blowing. This declaration that YirmeYahu is declaring. This is sort of like the blowing of the trumpet of the evil that's going to come upon them.
You mean the trumpet?
This word is a warning. He said, lift up your voice like a trumpet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So in a way, this is a blowing trumpet that he's declaring in these words to them.
Oh, yeah.
They had fell away.
Yeah.
That time. And that's the way we are today, have fallen away. And that now upon his second coming, it's like in is it YirmeYahu chapter 2, where he says their appearance is like you all. That's Joel. Their appearance is like the appearance of horses. It's sort of like what you were talking last night. And they run like steeds. As the noise of chariots, they leap over mountaintops. As the noise of a flaming fire consuming stubble, as a mighty people set in battle array. So it's like he's saying, the scripture said with all of our getting to get an understanding. And I'm noticing for the past few weeks, Yahusha has in the Ruach been having you teach about the end times, trying to warn us, get it understood, because this is sort of like, even though you may be talking about the 4 horses of the apocalypse, or you may be talking about the second coming or the millennium, you're still declaring we are in this time. These things that are happening have been declared to us as warnings. It talks about it in Matthew 24. He's trying to get us listen, hear, open your eyes, look around you, see what's happening. Don't you see these evils that are coming to pass? My word is coming to pass. I have sent forth. Hallelujah. He said, I have sent forth. He's the one has sent forth these spirits, and you see them taking place, and they're forming in their action. People, wake up. Hallelujah. It's like, I don't know. I gotta shut up. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, well, they're not going to want to do it, but they're going to get drugged down there because they know they're going to get destroyed. Russia's going to be destroyed. He's going to do it. So they don't want to go, but he makes them go.
When does that happen?
During this time, as soon as they surround Israel.
Armageddon, right?
But Armageddon, right?
Yeah.
Not World War III, but Armageddon.
Yeah.
That's when he brings them down.
Right.
Actually, Russia is mad at the anti-Mashiach in the world army. And so they go in there they're going to clash, but instead they have a powwow, and they decide, instead of fighting each other, to reunite and march on Jerusalem to meet the Messiah there at his return.
Yeah.
And kill him, because they shows Russia, the scripture says that he's going to destroy them. He says, well, our only chance is to kill him before he kills us, and convinces Russia to join them and march on Jerusalem. Go ahead, Phil.
There was a high general way back. Can't remember his name, but he said every war on earth is practice to fight against the Most High. Every one of them. It's all practice. They know they're not going to be able to do it, but that's what it's all about. And all this technology is really about him, fighting against him. And that's why all these fallen ones have given all this technology. And then you see, like, the computer people that all have gotten all this knowledge, now they're all having to pay their dues by doing all these dastardly deeds as payback. There's one specifically we all know about that now he's doing all this stuff with, these deeds because he's got to pay his dues. So there's no doubt about in my mind that he's got to do it. Even if he doesn't want to, he's been given this, so now must be taken. So it's really interesting. It all fits the puzzle perfectly.
Yeah, it does. And if we look into Revelations 16, page 1204, Revelation 16:12, it gives us this crazy prophecy. It says, and the sixth messenger poured out his bow. Now here in chapter 16, this is all about Armageddon. This is the short story. And it starts with Armageddon, and it ends with the second coming of Yahushua. Okay? So it's the short story. And it says he poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up in order to prepare the way of the sovereign from the east. That's the anti-Messiah. And it goes on and on and on, you know, but how is this great river Euphrates going to be dried up to make the way for the army of the east to cross over it? What's going on there? Aren't they already on the west side of the river? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, they have a series of dams now that they can completely stop and redistribute the river Euphrates now. They can do it mechanically. I don't know about if it's going to be like, you know, earth-wise, but they can do it already. They can dry it up if they want to.
Right. So the Euphrates comes down from the snow melting and everything out of the mountains in Turkey. And Turkey put a dam up at the mouth of the Euphrates, and at the push of a button, they can shut the dam and stop the flow of the great river Euphrates, and it'll dry up. And then the armies can cross. And then, of course, it goes down into Iraq, and it keeps going on down. It through Syria and on down into the Gulf. It empties into the Gulf, and then right where it empties, it touches Iran. And that's where that big war is going to begin at that river where the four Malachim are, right? And so that's where the war begins. And maybe this has began already, 1990, because they've been fighting around that Euphrates for a while. But my question is, the king of the East, okay, so the king of the East would be on the east side of the Euphrates, right? And the anti-Messiah would be on the west side of the Euphrates, okay? And so why, if the anti-Messiah and his world army is going to attack Jerusalem, they're already on the west side of the river, why does the river have to be dried up? What army from the east is going to cross that river when it's dried up? Phil?
The Chinese.
Yeah, I would say China,
yeah.
Iran, and Russia. They're all on the east side of the river. And if you think about China, Russia, and Iran, they can easily field a 200 million man army, that coalition. I mean, China can do it themselves. They've been boasting that they can field a 200 million man army since like the year 2000. Go ahead, Phil.
And I'd like to add to that, we have built that army. The United States has built that army.
Yeah, no kidding.
No doubt about it, man.
Yeah.
We make the own rope that's going to hang us.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, the Euphrates River is going to be dried up because I think it's going to be a coalition between Russia, Gog and Magog. A lot of people say, yeah, well, that's Russia and Eastern Russia, Moscow, you know, but I don't think so. I think it's China, Iran, and Russia in a coalition. And I think they come and they dry up the Euphrates because they're going to come in mind to attack the anti-Messiah and his army. Okay, and they're going to battle right there in the valley of Megiddo or Armageddon. But instead they have a powwow and they decide to reunite and march up into Jerusalem, all the armies of the world against little tiny Jerusalem, in order to meet Yahusha as he returns to the Mount of Olives, and so they can try to kill him as he comes back. That's why the river is going to be dried up. And this happens, when does all this happen? The Battle of Armageddon. Go ahead, Phil.
And just to show you the arrogance of those in the know, supposedly they don't know, they've been fooled. They are quietly buying property above the rim of Armageddon so they can watch this stuff. They've said they're doing it. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable to think that I'm going to buy some property over there, Mark, because I want to have a set out on my deck and watch this whole thing. That's exactly what they've said. It's incredible.
Yeah, the generals and everybody, all the military war pigs of the world, they have said that where the greatest battle on the planet could take place is in the Valley of Megiddo. They said it's like a perfect battlefield, man, and it's the size of it and the way it's shaped and everything is not only the perfect place for battle, the perfect battlefield, but they said all the armies of the world could actually meet there and fight. It's that big. And so they say it's big enough to do that. They could have a world war of all the armies of the world. Everybody send their armies into that valley and meet and fight. It's that big.
One giant big MMA fight. And by the way, there'll be popcorn, peanuts, and Cracker Jacks on the side.
Right, man. If you ever watched a fire show of the military, that is mind blowing, man. They put you up on the ridge like he's talking about, and there's a valley, and they come in there and they drop bombs from the jets and send artillery in there and all this other crazy stuff. These helicopters go in there with their little miniguns. A bullet can hit every square inch of a football field. I mean, nothing can survive. They said not even a cockroach can live through that. But if you ever see one of those, it's quite because you see all these explosions way before you hear them. And those jets, you see them come in and fly out. You see the explosion and you don't hear a thing. Then all of a sudden you hear the rumble of the jet and you hear that explosion long after the jet's gone. It's just insane, man. So that's why they want to do that. It's quite the show. And so that would be the greatest show on earth, right? When we're talking military power, military might show. That's why people are wanting to go there and do that. People have always gathered together and watched battles. They did it in World War II. They did it in the Civil War, all title wars. People got together and watched from a distance and watched the battle. Crazy, man. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was gonna say, as intriguing as all this sounds, what kind of confuses me or brings a question to my mind? How are you going to kill life without killing yourself? So even their plan to do this just does not make sense, because they're talking about trying to kill life. And then life that if they had the power to kill life, is really destroying themselves, because they don't even exist. They can't do anything except he is giving them the power to live. So that's kind of just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, they're believing this being has lied to them, and they'll all admit, if you talk to them, they'll admit they deserve destruction. They're perfectly fine with it. They know their time is short, just like their father. So yeah, that's because that ruach is in them, where Yahuwah is in us, the other ruach's in them. So it's what they've been made for, unless Yahuwah pulls them out of it.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Was the spirit, the satanic spirit, he comes to kill, steal, and destroy, doesn't say he wants to live himself. He just has that spirit of death. And I was wondering, back in the discussion about North Korea as sending their troops down to Russia now.
Yeah, North Korea is sending troops over to help Russia fight Ukraine. So there's definitely an alliance there between Russia and North Korea and China. Iran is right involved in that as well. You know, I mean, North Korea is China's number one friend. You know, just like Israel's our best friend, North Korea is China's best friend, and they got the biggest army in the world. As far as boots on the ground, their army's the largest in the world. Sandra?
Thank you, Brother Phil. But it kind of also reminded me about the blind leaders of the blind parable, and they both fall into the ditch.
Go ahead, Phil.
Well, make no mistake, they're just playing around over there. We have weapons that are so horrific. They're not using any of those. They're still using slingshots. I'm not joking. We're 3 decades ahead of everybody. Now, you take your average weapon, whatever it might be, what you see is old technology. If they're going to let you know about it, it's old. So just think about that for a moment. Remember what their target is. It's not really us. It's Yahuwah. That's their focus. They want worship. They want to take it from him. And so that's what they're going after.
Yeah. Okay. So back over here to Jeremiah 6, verse 29 and 30. It says, the bellows have burned, the lead has been consumed by fire, the refiner has refined in vain, for those who are evil have not been separated. What's that mean? They shall call them rejected silver, because Yahuwah has rejected them. Can anybody explain the refiner has refined in vain, for those who are evil have not been separated? Phil?
There's no purity found in them. So Yahuwah is long suffering and giving them every chance. And again, every chance. And still, they cannot be separated from their deed, from their evil. They will not repent.
Who's the refiner?
Yahuwah is the refiner.
No, not here in this case. It says the refiner has refined in vain, for those who are evil have not been separated. They shall call them rejected silver, because Yahuwah has rejected them.
Is Hashatan the refiner?
It could be. You know, we could say
that. Okay.
In this context. And we know Yahuwah is, and I'm going to show you that here in a second, but I just want you to see this, because remember, he likes to copycat everything Yahuwah does. But here in this case, I see preachers, pastors, priests, Christian leaders refining these people in vain. And so they try to make them holier than thou, don't they? They try to tell them, you got to clean up on the inside and then on the outside. And before you know it, they're got a shaved, their heads are cut, haircuts, their beards are shaved, they're wearing suits and shiny shoes, and they're playing church, thinking that they have refined them. Oh, look how they've been refined, how good they are by their appearance, right? By their appearance. But the truth of it is, man, they're refining these people in vain. For those who are evil have not been separated. That means they have not been chosen. They have not been set apart. They're not the set apart ones, man. They have not been set apart by Yahuwah. Yahuwah don't care about your outward appearance. Look at me. You know, he don't care that I look the way I look. He didn't choose me for the way I look. He chose me because he knew I would give him all the esteem. That's why he chose me. In case you ever wondered, why did he choose that weirdo? He can't even talk right. Look at him. Big old beard on him, looks like a nut. Why you choose that guy? He should have chose me. I know more than he does. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Well, you need to ask you why he chose me. I don't know why. I didn't ask for it. I often ask the question myself. And he answered me. He said, because I knew you would give me all the esteem. you wouldn't steal my esteem. Go ahead, Phil.
Is that also that strange fire trying to refine themselves through strange practices, the doctrines of men, and as also the outward appearance?
Yes. Yes.
With the frankincense and the sweet, all this stuff that Yahuwah's already created, and we're going to take it and present it in a way that would make us holy, or whatever you want to call it. And he's just like going, whatever, man, that's mine already. You don't, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, so they think they're, by their appearance, by their religious acts and all this other stuff, burning this incense and everything, that they appear holier than thou. They appear set apart, but they are not, are they? And their followers are not separated by Yahuwah. They're separated by their leader. He's saying, you belong to my circus, man. I'm going to baptize you into my circus. You're going to be a member of my circus, and we're against all them other circuses. Why are they against all the other circuses? Because they don't want to lose you. They don't want to lose your money. And so they have to tell you that we're the true church. We're the true circus. You know, you're with us, man. We're going to be raptured away. We're the true circus, man. They aren't. See what I'm saying? Why? Because they don't want you to go over there and give them your money. They want you to stay with them and give them your money. And so the separations by Yahuwah is not there. They're separated by their leader as far as division goes, or their denomination. They're separated from the other circuses. That's what they're separate from, but not from the world. They're not set apart like we are. We're set apart from Yahuwah, not from some goofball that was trying to teach us lies, falsehood, and deceit. We don't want to learn deceit, do we? This is what Yahuwah is saying. They've learned nothing but deceit. They follow deceit, man. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? So now look at Zechariah 13. And we'll go back over here and talk a little bit about Yahuwah being the refiner, because I don't want to mislead you on that, because he is. So if we go to Zechariah 13. Be around page 633 or so. Zechariah 13. Probably should start, I'm going to say let's start in verse 5. So Zechariah 13, verse 5 to the end. But shall say, and not put a hairy robe on in order to deceive, but shall say, I am no prophet, I am a farmer, for a man sold me as a slave in my youth. And one shall say to him, what are these wounds in your hands? And he shall say, because I was wounded at home by those who love me. Now, this is no doubt speaking of Yahusha. O sword, awake against my shepherd, against the man who is my companion, declares Yahuwah Zebaoth. Smite the shepherd and let the sheep be scattered, but I shall turn my hand upon the little ones. And it shall be throughout all the soil, we're soil, are we not? Yeah, we're made of dust, we're soil. And throughout all the soil, declares Yahuwah, that 2/3 therein are cut off and die, and 1/3 is left therein. And I shall bring the third into fire, and refine them as silver is refined, and try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I shall answer them. I shall say, this is my people, while they say, Yahuwah is my Elohim. So here we see Yahuwah separating his people and refining them in his way. And what is his way? What's the way of Yahuwah that separates his people?
The word, the tender barm, because Yahushua said, I'm the way, the truth, and the light. That's what separates and sets us apart, our obedience to it.
Yeah, obedience, righteousness, right? Okay. So there it is. He refines us, cleans us up, and turns us into a lover of the Torah, a lover of his word. Actually, we become the living, walking Torah. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering, could we add to the fact it being refined is going through the furnace of afflictions, our afflictions, which teaches us discipline to obey his word. As we go through afflictions and persecutions and pressures, our flesh is dying, and we're being made alive through the word who's in us, right? I kind of am getting that.
Yes, and even through afflictions such as sicknesses and stuff like this too. If you don't get control of your flesh, okay, Yahuwah will do it for you. And he ain't going to be nice about it. He can bring sickness on you, disease. He can hurt you, hurt that fleshly body, whatever. He can smack you around pretty hard. If you lose control of that flesh, then Yahuwah will take over and he'll control it for you. And so best that you control your flesh on your own, because you don't want Yahuwah grabbing you, taking a hold of you and controlling your flesh. So yeah, he refines us in all those ways. And another way is he brings all your sin to mind, and so it bubbles up or it comes out of your memory banks, and maybe something that you did years ago and you don't even think about it, or you totally forgot about it, may surface, Oh yeah, I stole that $20 from grandma. I forgot about that. Oh, please forgive me, Yahuwah. I'm sorry I did that to grandma. There it goes. It's gone out of your memory banks. He gets rid of it. And he refines you by removing those sinful thoughts or your past sin from you. Why? So that you can have a good conscience. He doesn't want you sitting around saying, oh man, I'm such a sinner. I don't deserve Yahuwah to love me. Oh man, I don't deserve this. Maybe Bobby Boo down on the corner there, he's a much better person than me. I bet he hasn't done much wrong. But me, man, I've done a lot of sin in my life. I don't deserve Yahuwah to accept me into his family or set me apart with him. I just don't deserve it. He don't want you doing that. He wants you to have a good conscience, meaning not remember the things that you did wrong. He says he isn't going to remember your sins, so why should you? So it's a part of your refining process to get those thoughts out of your memory so that you can have a good conscience toward Mashiach. That's part of it as well. So there's a lot of things he does to refine us. And it isn't something that happens immediately. At least it hasn't been my experience. Matter of fact, I'm still being refined. So we see here then that Yahuwah is definitely the refiner in his way of separation, where Yahushua even said, I am the way, is the way of righteousness. okay, or obedience. Don't forget what is righteousness and what's unrighteousness. Can somebody explain that? What's righteousness and what's unrighteousness? The scripture talks about it. What is it? Sandra?
Righteousness is obedience and unrighteousness is disobedience.
There it is. It's that simple. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, let's get back to Jeremiah then. Go ahead,
So,
Sandra.
that they shall call them rejected silver because Yahuwah has rejected them. Is that kind of like the separating of the wheat and the tares, and also in Yehuda where he talks about they were clouds without rain, didn't have the Ruach Kadesh in them?
I don't think it's the wheat and the tares. I mean, that's judgment.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that's the day of Yahuwah stuff. But I think this refining process here, where it says, and they shall call them rejected silver because Yahuwah has rejected them. That means he ain't working with them. He's not refining them. He's letting them do what they want to do. Allow them to go their own way and do what they think's right. You know, so he's not working with them. So he's
this is sort of like, depart from me, ye that work iniquity. I know you not.
Yeah, whatever reason, Yahuwah didn't choose them to be set apart ones. Whatever the reason is, he just didn't choose them, man. You know what I mean? He rejected them. He doesn't want them to be with him for eternity for whatever reason. Pride is probably a huge factor he uses too. You know, he doesn't like prideful people. He wants you to be more humble than him. And look how humble he became. I mean, the creator of all things humbled himself and became a man, and he lowered himself below all men. Talking about humility. Wow. And so he wants us to be even as humble, even more humble than he was. He hates pride and ego. So pride and ego is a big downfall, a big killer for Yahuwah, you know. And so I don't want to speak for Yahuwah and tell you, you know, I have no idea who he's choosing, you know, and why he's choosing them, or who he's rejecting and why he's rejecting them. But I'm just saying, I know pride. He hates prideful people for sure. So if you suffer because of pride and ego, then you probably need to start working on that. You know, if you want to be chosen by Yahuwah, let him see that you're working on your pride and ego and trying to be humble. You know, people that have special gifts, let's just say a guy, we'll just use a man. You say he's strong. Say he's in high school, he was very popular, very athletic. He could choose whatever position he wanted to play on the baseball team or on the football team. And he was very, very popular with the girls, good looking guy. This type of person here is going to struggle with humility because they're used to being put up on that pedestal by people, you know, and even if that person progresses later on in life, he could become like a professional sports person or something like that, where people will really start cheering for them and worshiping them, wanting their autographs. Oh, please sign this. And their autographs are worth money. You know, what's that doing to that man? That's blowing up his ego, man. And pumping hot air into that balloon. His ego's blowing up like a hot air balloon, right? And so this type of person has a hard time, you know, with this prideful stuff. And I just think that people that are very popular and have grown up that way, have a hard time with humility. And they like to brag on themselves quite a bit, you know. And so if you're that type of person, you know, you need to work on that, because that may be what's keeping you from being chosen by Yahuwah. I'm just saying, man, you know, Yahuwah does what Yahuwah wants, not what Mark August says. But I'm just bringing up a point, that's all. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions? Yahuwah is definitely the refiner, isn't he? But we can see up there that when we were talking about earlier, that refiner has refined in vain for those who are evil, have not been separated, you know, is religious leaders or even the devil controlling that situation. Okay, give me a reader for chapter 7. Who wants to give it a go? Go ahead, Oz.
Chapter 7. The word that came to YirmeYahu from Yahuwah, saying, Stand in the gate of the house of Yahuwah, and you shall proclaim there his word, and shall say, Hear the word of Yahuwah, all you of Yehudah, who enter in at these gates to bow before Yahuwah. Do say, Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, make your ways and your deeds good. Then I let you dwell in this place. Do not trust in these false words, saying, This is the Heikal of Yahuwah, the Heikal of Yahuwah, the Heikal of Yahuwah. For if you truly make your ways and your deeds good, if you truly do right ruling between a man and his neighbor, if you do not oppress the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, or walk after other mighty ones to your own evil, then I shall let you dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers forever and ever. See?
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so up here in 4, do not trust in these false words saying, this is the heckle of Yahuwah, this the heckle of Yahuwah, the heckle of Yahuwah. What's he talking about? What do you think that means? Kind of strange, isn't it?
Like the churches?
Yeah, that's exactly what I got, man. So this would be like the churches, right? They talk about the church. You know, if you ever notice and listen to their words, man, they're like, the church will be raptured, you know, the church this, the church that, you know, and it's kind of strange. But here, it's almost like Yahuwah doesn't like that. This is the temple of Yahuwah. This is the temple of Yahuwah, or the church of Yahuwah, the church of Yahuwah, the church of Yahuwah. He doesn't like that. You see that? I mean, that's what came to my mind. Anybody else got any comments, thoughts, or questions about that? These people are using the church to try to falsely associate people with being Yahuwah's people, his chosen. And the church is not. As a matter of fact, the church is just a building. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, also just to further that, because when you go to the next part, you know, he's basically saying, like, you don't even need the church in order for salvation, basically, right? He's saying, if you truly make your ways and your deeds good, if you truly do right ruling between a man and his neighbor, if you do not oppress the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, or walk after other mighty ones to your own evil, like, then you shall dwell in this place, like in the land. But basically, like, I feel like this is saying also, like, you don't need the intercessor of the church at all, right?
I agree with you.
That's what I get.
It's basically saying, it's, you know, don't be saying that the church of Yahuwah, the church of Yahuwah, that that's not going to do nothing, but then you need to make your ways and your deeds good. be a righteous person, you know. That's what you need to try to achieve, not being a church member. You know, that church ain't got nothing to do with it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, I'm agreeing with you because I see everybody talk reverently about the building, and I've also known Natsarim or Messianic people who claim to be Natsarim invite people to come to their house, and but if they enter this room, they have to take off their shoes because this is set apart to Yehud and it's holy. And I'm thinking, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, you know, that's it was a strange thing. People practice that. I'm not real. You know, I'm not real into building an altar inside your house or dedicating a room in your house as a meeting place to Yahuwah, and then calling it the holy. If Yahuwah's not in there, it sure ain't set apart ground or set apart room.
That's what the Catholics do, and so do the Hindus. They set up their little thing that they bow down to in their own house.
Yeah, I know. I fell into that trap as a young man. I had a little altar set up, you know, inside my house, but you know, I know better than that now. Go ahead, Raul.
I think Yahusha was not into any type of organized religion because he was even against the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and all of them. He wanted you to worship direct.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Anybody disagree with Raul? I don't. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I agree with what everyone has said. And in addition, because he does not dwell in buildings made by men's hand, he comes within us. We are the temple that he wants to dwell in.
There you go. There you go. Anybody else? Talitha?
Also, like Yahuwah gave us instruction that if any little thing that has been touched by man, carved or a pick or whatever, that is like if you're setting that in the altar, then that already is like an abomination, basically. Like that's not accepted, right? That goes against his command.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he says if you burn incense, you worship an idol, or you worship a demon. That's what it says. If you burn incense, you're burning it to a demon. So you people set up these indoor altars and burn incense on these altars and light candles and stuff and everything inside their house. Basically, they're doing that to worshiping the demon, man, not Yahuwah. Why? Why? Somebody, why? Phyllis?
Strange fire. He didn't tell us to do that.
Exactly. Exactly. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? All right. Let's continue on, Oz.
Verse 8. You are trusting in false words which do not profit, stealing, murdering, and committing adultery, and swearing falsely, burning incense to Baal, and walking after other mighty ones you have not known. And you came and stood before me in this house, which is called by my name, and said, we have been delivered, ordered to do all these abominations. Has this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes? Look, even I myself have seen it, declares Yahuwah.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here we go. This is really interesting. It says, see, you are trusting in false words, which do not profit. So this would be the doctrine of demons or religious practices. You're stealing, you're murdering, you're breaking wedlock and swearing falsely and burning incense to Baal, which is a demon. And walking after other mighty ones you have not known. and you came and stood before me in this house, which is called by my name, and said, we have been delivered in order to do all these abominations. This is amazing to me. It seems like he's saying here that these churches, the people going to these churches, and they tell them that they've been delivered, right? But they have not. Okay, but they think they have. And so they're telling them they've been delivered so that they think that they're separated and they think they're holy and all this other stuff because they're part of this church. And they're doing it. The reason these leaders are misleading their members and doing these things is in order to do all these abominations. They want to do what's wrong. It's why they're lying and tricking the people so that they can do all these abominations. You ever see a church put a Christmas tree inside their church, or have an Easter egg hunt out in their yard, or have trunk or treat in their parking lot? They're doing this stuff in order that they can do all these abominations and get away with it. This blows my mind. Anybody else seen anything out of this? Go ahead, Davey.
And this is Old Testament, this is like past. So when this is written, it was like hundreds and thousands of years ago. And it's just fascinating of how relevant it is, you know what I mean, to today. Because that's when I started questioning going to like the chapels or the churches and stuff, was like the big Christmas trees and the Easter eggs, especially after reading about it and stuff. But I just find it fascinating that this has been going on and it doesn't change, no matter how many warnings, no matter how much logic. It just baffles me, you know. So.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. It fascinates me too. And you know the crazy part of that, Davey, is when you read Solomon, he tells us that nothing new under the sun.
Wow.
It just repeats itself and repeats itself and repeats itself. It's like a warped record, right?
Right.
Continuously repeating itself. There's nothing new under the sun. People won't change. They won't stop doing these abominations, man. They just try to cover them up. They try to sugarcoat them so that you can't notice them, and you think you're doing good. You think you're doing right, but really you're not. You're doing it undercover so that the leaders can get away with being evil. That's mind-blowing, man.
Yeah.
Is it really the fault of the church members? And generally speaking, no. It's the fault of their teachers. They're being misled by their false teachers in general. I'm sure there's some people in there that understand and want to do the abominations, you know, and they think it's funny that they can do them out in plain sight and get away with it, you know. And just surely a lot of the leaders that know what they're doing as well. There's some that are innocent and don't really understand. They're in the dark, you know. They fall under you got eyes to see, but you don't see. You have ears to hear, but you can't hear. You know, they fall under that category. But there's ones that know, they're in the know, man. They know what's happening. They know what's going on, and they're doing exactly what they want to do. And that's what these people were doing back then. They're still doing it now.
It's crazy.
Nothing under the sun, man. Yeah, I agree with you. It's fascinating. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, Halloween is the big one. I mean, if you can't get that through your head, there's nothing else. You're so seared. Your conscience is so seared that you're never going to come out of it, because it's quite obvious what that's all about. And even Anthony LaVey said, state publicly, I know that one time out of the year, all the children worship the dark one. You know, I don't want to say his name, but, you know, and through that.
Right.
So, yeah, it's just that really boggles the mind, because everybody knows it. So, and they're not going to have an excuse, because you could Google it right on your phone, the origin. So everybody's got a phone. So there's going to be no excuse. You had it and you didn't do anything about it. So.
Yeah. Do y'all know what the number one holiday or the favorite holiday of a witch is? A witch and warlock? you know what holidays is their favorite holiday or favorite day of the year, I should say? Anybody know?
Probably Halloween.
Halloween.
Nope.
It's their
Halloween.
birthday, isn't it?
Second favorite. What's Andrew?
Isn't it their birthday?
Yeah.
Oh
their
no.
birthday.
Well,
It's the birthday. Your birthday. Why is it your birthday? Why? Why is birthday their favorite day of the year? Which? Why?
Is it because you're worshiping yourself?
No. I mean, it's a true statement, though. I mean, it goes right up there hand in hand for sure. Yeah, narcissism. Yeah, it's true. It's because it's heavily associated with the zodiac, with the stars, the moon, the worship of creation, the stars, the moon, and the sun. What's your sign, baby? Oh, I'm Aquarius, man. Oh, baby, I'm a Taurus. We're going to get along now. Yeah, right. So, yeah. They like to worship creation, witches do. Okay, so is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions here? Okay, then we'll go ahead.
If we really look deep into it, the adversary has been trying to corrupt his creation from creation week.
Say that again.
That if we really look deep into it, the adversary has been trying to corrupt his creation from creation, because what he did with Kua and Adam was from the beginning. He's been trying to corrupt his creation, his righteousness from the beginning.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's true, man. No doubt about it. Look at that cute baby there Talith is holding. Hey, y'all can send him down here for a while. I'll keep him for about a month. Okay, anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions, or anything at all on this? Look at this. We have been delivered in order to do all these abominations. That's blah. I can't believe it, man. And you see that in the church all the time. You know, this, oh yeah, Easter's the best day of the year, man, because we get a lot of people saved on Easter. You'll be surprised how many people we get saved or delivered on Easter when they come in here. Really? Really? Quite amazing. And so if they tell you you've been delivered, I guess that gives you a free pass to go ahead and live a lawless life in order for you to do all these abominations listed up here. Burning incense to Baal. That's insane, man. Who is Baal? Moloch and Baal. Heavily influenced back then, both of them. Who is Baal?
The male deity of the sun. And Asherah was the female deity of the Babylonians.
Yeah, but who is he? Really?
A myth, a lie. But the word Baal means L-O-R-D.
Right.
It's a Hebrew word that means L-O-R-D.
Okay, so he's not real.
Mm-mm.
I mean, he can't do evil or he can't do good. He can't do nothing. He's not real. He's a figment of man's imagination. He's a myth, right? But who is Baal? Who is he really?
Isn't it Nimrod reincarnate from the sun, worshiper of the sun?
No.
It's Hashatan, the father of all lies.
There you go. He's the devil, the father of lies. That's who he is. And that's who all false mighty ones are. Every single one of them. You can name any of them, okay? Any other God, and they're not real. But guess who's behind those names? The devil. And so when you call one of those names, whether it be Apollo or Zeus or Baal or whatever it is, Moloch, any of them, you're actually calling on the devil. The devil answers to all those false names. The devil has many names. Yahuwah only has one name. And so when we don't call on the one name, Yahuwah, and we say any other name like the J-Man or any other type of name, are we calling on Yahuwah, who only has one name? No. So who are we calling on? The devil. That devil. That's pretty deep stuff, isn't it? Okay, go ahead. Any comments, thoughts, questions? That's a bold statement, huh? I'm sure I rattled a lot of cages right there. I know there's somebody out there that heard that and they want to come to Texas and punch me in my nose. I just know they do. All right. If there's no other thoughts, comments, or questions, just continue on, brother.
Number 12. But go now to my place at Shiloh. Oh, sorry, 11. Has this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes? Look, I myself, have seen it, declares Yahuwah. But go now to my place at Shiloh, where I put my name at the first, and see what I did to it because of the evil of my people, Israel. And now, because you have done all these works, declares Yahuwah, and I spoke to you, rising up early and speaking, but you did not hear, and I called you, but you did not answer. I shall also do to this house, which is called by my name, in which you trust, and to this place, which I gave to you and your fathers, as I did to Shiloh. And I shall cast you out of my presence, as I have cast out all your brothers, all the seed of Ephraim. And you do not pray for these people, nor lift up a cry or prayer for them, nor make intercession to me, for I do not hear you. Do you not see what they are doing in the cities of Yehudah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children are gathering wood, the fathers are lighting the fire, and the women are kneading their dough to make cakes for the sovereignness of the heavens, and to pour out drink offerings to other mighty ones to provoke me. Is it me they are provoking, declares Yahuwah? Is it not themselves unto the shame of their own faces? Therefore, thus say the Adon Yahuwah, see my displeasure, and my wrath is poured out on this place, on man and on beast, and on the trees of the field, and on the fruit of the ground, and it shall burn and not be quenched. Thus say Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, add your burnt offerings to your slaughterings, and eat meat. For I did not speak to your fathers, or command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim, about matters of burnt offerings or slaughterings. But this word I commanded them, saying, obey my voice, and I shall be your Elohim, and you be my people, and walk in all the ways that I have commanded you, so that it be well with you.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so there it is, what we were just talking about. So Yahuwah didn't tell them to do all these burnt offerings and slaughterings and all this stuff. All he told them was to obey my word, obey my voice. That's what he told them to do. But out of their own little imagination and their desire to worship other mighty ones and idols and so forth and so on, they created this strange fire. So did Yahuwah use this for good later on? Yeah, he did. He can take anything and turn it around and make it good, But really, it wasn't his desire for them to do this burnt offerings or slaughterings and burning incense and all this other stuff. Go ahead, Oz.
I have a question. So I don't understand here in 21. So did he told them? Did Yahuwah told him to burn? He told him to burn the offerings and to slaughter and eat meat. But he's also telling them that that is not what he really wants. But he did say to slaughter and for them to eat meat. Like, I don't understand this first part.
Yeah, he's saying add. See, add.
Yeah, that add. Is that he added that?
No, they did. And so he's saying to do it. He's saying add it. So because he's going to destroy them anyway, basically, okay? So he's saying add your burnt offerings to your slaughterings and eat meat. For I did not speak to your fathers or command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt about matters of burnt offerings and slaughterings. And so he's calling them adderers, or a den of snakes, serpents, if you will. See what I'm saying? So he's telling them that they're adding something that he didn't tell them to do. So he's calling them adders. Okay. And we see that throughout a lot of scriptures, because they're doing things that he didn't command them to do. And so he's saying, add your burnt offerings and your slaughterings and eat meat. Go ahead and do it. It's not going to do you any good, dummies. See what I'm saying? You're adding it, but I didn't tell you to add it. It basically, and I'm just, paraphrasing here now, but that's basically what he's saying.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? Okay. And so he says, but this word I did not command them, saying, obey my voice, and I shall be your Elohim, and you will be my people, and walk in all the ways that I have commanded you, so that it be well with you. So he's saying that, but this word I did command, and saying, obey my voice. So all this other stuff that they're adding and doing that he never told them to do is ridiculous and not needed, and he doesn't appreciate it. But they won't stop, will they? They continue to do it. Right? Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions about that? Okay, we have a question here by Red Hill Jelly. She wants to know, what is Shiloh? Anybody know? Anybody want to answer that question for her? What is Shiloh? Okay.
Is it not like the lake of fire?
No.
Okay, I looked up Shiloh, and it is a biblical city 31 kilometers north of Jerusalem in the West Bank, to the west of the modern Israeli settlement town of Shiloh to the north. And basically, it was wiped out during the time of Judges. In the spiritual sense, Shiloh is referring to Yahusha, but it was a town that he destroyed, a Canaanite town.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So after the Israelites conquered Canaan, they set up that tabernacle in Shiloh before they owned Jerusalem.
Right.
And after they took Jerusalem, then they ended up setting up their tabernacle in Jerusalem and then actually building a temple there. So it was basically the city that they had their, tabernacle set up, in their place of worship was in Shiloh before Jerusalem. That's all. It was just a city, a place of worship before they went in and built that temple in Jerusalem. Okay, that's what it is. All righty. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, and not to be confused with Salem, so Salem was the old city, was named, Salem was the old city before it was called Jerusalem. And Melchizedek means Prince of Salem, and therefore that speaks of Jerusalem. Now, I know Shiloh has some type of reference to Yahusha as well. And what did you say it was, Sandra?
In the spiritual realm, it is actually talking about Yahusha, because Yahusha was the Prince of Peace, and he is also Melchizedek.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in some ancient Hebrew, it had some type of reference to Yahusha, or the high priest Melchizedek. I know that there was something about that, but I just can't remember. But I know Salem, Melchizedek means the Prince of Salem, and Salem is the old city where Jerusalem was built, and then it was renamed Jerusalem. Okay, instead of Salem, was renamed Jerusalem. Okay, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, let's continue on then.
"24. But they did not obey or incline their ear, but walked in the counsels in the stubbornness of their evil heart, and went backward and not forward. From the day that your fathers came out of the land of Natsarim until this day, I have even sent to you all my servants, the Nevi'im, the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. But they did not obey me or incline their ear, but stiffened their neck. They did evil more than their fathers. And you shall speak all these words to them, though they do not listen to you, and you shall also call to them, though they do not answer you. But you shall say to them, this is a nation that did not obey the voice of Yahu, their Elohim, nor did they accept instruction. Fruit has perished and has been cut off from their mouth. Cut off your hair and throw it away, and take up a lamentation on their bare heights, for Yahuwah has rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. For the children of Yehudah have done what is evil in my eyes, declares Yahuwah. They have put their abominations in the house which is called by my name to defile it. And they have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of Ben Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire which I did not command, nor did it come into my heart. Therefore see.
Okay, verse 31. And they have built the high places of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my heart. And so some translations has come into my mind here. And this is amazing, because it's like Yahuwah can't even believe, or did he even imagine, that they would sacrifice their children, their babies, to an idol. And that's really kind of mind blowing, that it's like Yahuwah was shocked by it, that they did that. Now, obviously, he knew they would, but I think this is speaking of when, he was probably imagining his creation, and he saw that they would do that. He was probably shocked, that they would do something like that. But he went ahead and created them anyway, didn't he? Yeah, he did. So, what is all this about, somebody? Burning their sons and their daughters in the fire. What is that talking about? And why do they do that? Phil?
Sacrifice to Moloch, the god of prosperity, which is, foolishness, because if you don't have children, you do have more money. So, it's just more foolishness.
Right. Yeah, so they were sacrificing their children to an idol, Moloch, and which is Satan. And child sacrifice is ridiculous, and because they do it for protection or for prosperity, which to me is totally insane. I can't even believe it that people would do this. And are they still doing it? Yeah, you better believe they are. These abortions are pretty wicked, and comes from a lot of wicked intentions as well. Go ahead, Phil.
I had a high-level guy since repented, but he said the history of that is they'd heat up the Moloch's, hands or talons, whatever, red hot, and then place the child there. And the screams are so horrific that they would play music to to cover over the screams of the children, so they could stomach it. Basically, yeah, it was just terrible.
Right. Craziness. Go ahead, Raul.
I was gonna just say what you had just said, that there's people nowadays that do abortions in order to get ahead because they don't want to lose the position at the work they have, or the kid was gonna bring them back, hold them back from not getting a promotion or not being able to work as hard. So it's almost the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they do all that, do it for that reason, and a lot of other different reasons as well. Some of them actually do it in order to worship Satan, believe that or not. Totally insane. A lot of it's for self-gain, yeah. And then and a lot of it's for worshiping Satan as well, which is insane. And it's, what's really crazy is they influence the innocent with this. Sometimes there's women that are in a bad position. They can't take care of the baby. They, for whatever reason, they're in a bad position, and they're all feeling all alone and everything. And society pushes them in that direction as a way of escaping and getting rid of all that trouble and that pressure. And so they follow along with what society's saying to do, and that's to get an abortion. And later on, they realize that they shouldn't have followed the way of society, or listen to the government and do that. And they regret it and everything, but they get caught up in that, and they listen to the so-called experts, and they lead them down the wrong path, obviously. And so abortion is a touchy subject, ginger subject, but nevertheless, we can't turn away from and ignore it either, and it's very deep. It goes in a very broad spectrum surrounding that. So any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Oz, go ahead.
I mean, that we're touching on this topic is like, we think that potentially like sacrificing children aren't necessarily being done today's day as it used to be which probably they're still doing it, but we're sacrificing children in many other ways. So sex child trafficking is a reality, and you see it all the time, and the mental manipulation that the youth are going through since like very early childhood is mentally insane at this point. So we're sacrificing them in, like, the wicked one has made it that we sacrifice them in another way without even parents sometimes realizing of all this happening, right? It's very scary, very scary. As a parent, as a father, and like as a young father, it's like super scary.
Yeah, it's super scary to think that there's people out there that's looking at your children and in their mind thinking that they wish they could get a hold of that child and sacrifice it the same. That's scary, man, to think there's people out there that think like that, but there are. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, to go on what Oz was saying, you sacrifice your children to Santa Claus when you put the baby in his lap, just like Molek, and then the Catholic Church, you sacrifice your baby to the Catholic Church. And I think that's a direct commitment of your child to Satan.
Yeah, scary stuff, man. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on any of that?
Talitha wanted to say something.
Sorry, I also have, because as you were talking about the sacrificing, the thing that always comes to my mind is this whole thing, like with the gender, like changing the genders and all that stuff. Because I don't know how it is in the U.S., but in Canada, like it's pretty bad. Like a parent is not even allowed to like deny their child, who might be like 11 or maybe it's 12. I don't know what age, if they want to go and have a surgery, like this. So if you're not sacrificing them as the parent, it's like now it's being put into the system that they will still be sacrificed either way, like without your approval. They can be taken from you, and you can even go to jail, like, to deny it if that's like what happens.
That's crazy, man. Totally wrong, for sure. Anybody else? All right, then. Oz, let's continue on.
32. Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when it shall no longer be called Tophet, or the valley of Ben Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter, for they shall bury in Tophet until no room is left. And the corpses of these people shall be food for the birds of the Shamayim, and for the beasts of the earth, with no one to frighten them away. And in the cities of Yehuda, and in the streets of Jerusalem, I shall make to cease the voice of rejoicing, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, for the land shall become a waste.
All righty. Okay, so this is just more warnings for them to change their ways or pay the price, the penalty, right, of their actions, basically. And it's also prophecy about what's going to happen. But this valley of slaughter, the valley of Hinnom, is one of the three valleys over there in Jerusalem that make the shin, the Hebrew letter shin. And so those three valleys that cut through Jerusalem are actually in the shape of what we would call a W, but in Hebrew a shin. And that shin is represented, is a representation of Shaddai, which is Yahuwah. Okay, and so therefore he wrote his name in Jerusalem using these three valleys. And this valley of Hinnom is one of those valleys. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Hi, Jill. How you doing? No, long time no see.
Hello.
Glad you came on.
Glad to be here.
Hey,
Go ahead, Sandra.
I didn't have my hand up, but now that I see Jill, I was going to tell her that in 1 Samuel chapter 1, it talks about Elkanah and Hannah when they went to Shiloh to sacrifice each year. It's in chapter 1 of 1 Samuel. It says, verse 3, it says, now there was a man went up from his city year by year to worship and to slaughter to Yahuwah of hosts in Shiloh. And the two sons of Ali, Kaphni, Phinehas, the priests of Yahuwah, were there. And when the young came for Elkanah to make an offering, he gave portions to Peninnah, his Asher, and all her sons and daughters. And then you can read about that story. But then you can read about, if you keep reading in Samuel, it tells him how he destroyed them because they were disobedient. And that was before Shemuel, y'all might know him as Samuel, became the prophet because he was given to Yahuwah by Hannah for blessing her with a child. But anyway, Ali's two sons were wicked, and they were the offerings that they were supposed to. He gave us specific detail on how to do those burnt offerings and things in Leviticus and in Numbers, as well as in Samuel. But they violated it and did it wrong because they were sin offerings, peace offerings, and contributions. But they had violated that, and that's when he destroyed Shiloh.
Okay, thank you. I'll look at that 1 Samuel 1. Thank you.
Yeah. You got to read the whole book of Samuel to find out about the destruction, though.
Oh, okay.
Okay, how he destroyed it.
Okay, so everybody go to 2 Chronicles 28, 1 through 3 or 4. Yeah, probably 4. So 28, 1 through 4, 2 Chronicles. Ahaz was 20 years old as he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he did not do what was right in the eyes of Yahuwah, as his father Daud had done, and walked in the ways of the sovereigns of Yisrael, and made molded images for the Baalim. And he himself burned incense in the valley of the son of Hinnom, and burned his children in the fire, according to the abominations of the nations who Yahuwah disposed from before the children of Israel, and slaughtered and burned incense on the high places and on the hills and under every green tree. So here's proof that even the king of Israel himself sacrificed his children in the fire in the valley of Hinnom. Okay. All right, man. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about chapter 7 or chapter 6? Give me a reader for chapter 8. Who wants to read chapter 8? Raul? Raul, you want to read?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, go ahead.
At that time, declares Yahuwah, they shall bring the bones of the sovereigns of Yehudah, and the bones of its heads, and the bones of his priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves, and they shall spread them before the sun and the moon and the host of the Shamayim, which they have loved, which they have served, and which they have walked, which they have sought, and to which they have bowed themselves. They shall not be gathered nor buried, they shall be for dome on the face of the earth. and death shall be performed to life by all the rest of those who remain of this evil people, who remain in all the places where I have driven them, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. And you shall say to them, thus said Yahuwah, would they all and not rise? Does one turn away and not return?
Okay,
Why
hang on.
then?
Okay, so what's going on here, man? They're bringing all these bones here and they're spreading them out before the sun, the moon, and all the host of the Shemaim, which they loved and which they have served. And what is this telling us? What's going on here?
Are they celebrating death?
That's right. They're worshiping death, aren't they? So this will, remember we talked about this before, that these people actually worship death. Even Yahusha said, if you don't love me, you love death. And here's proof of them worshiping death. Go ahead, Phyllis.
And if you love death, you would be willing to release a destruction so great it would kill you as well.
Oh, yeah. These people are crazy over the host of heaven, man. Or their made up mythology, you know. They even bowed themselves to the host of heaven. That's enough to make me throw up. I can't even imagine bowing down to the sun or the moon and the stars. I mean, that's crazy, man. Go ahead, Jill.
It kind of sounds like cremation. Is this where people burn the bodies and then throw them around? Is that similar to that? Is that what they're talking about also?
I'm not getting it, but
Oh, where they get their bones and they, people toss them into the ocean or out over, property where they grew up or something. They
oh
spread
yeah,
the
people,
burnt bones.
yeah, they do that crazy stuff. Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I don't know what this is talking about.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm not seeing it, but
Okay.
doesn't mean it ain't there. Go ahead, Talitha.
Sorry, I was just wondering where in the scripture were you talking about when you said if you don't love Yahuwah, you love death?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you know that like offhand.
And Proverbs somewhere. Let me see. Let's go ahead, Sandra.
So I'm thinking about in Revelations, it talks about they're going to be food for the birds and of the Shamaim and for the beasts of the earth. And it also talks about that in Yeketsko chapter 39 about the end times.
Yeah.
And Proverbs, Proverbs chapter 2 about if you don't obey him, you love death.
Oh, that's Proverbs 8.
Okay.
So Talitha, Proverbs 8.
36.
36.
He who sins against me injures himself, and all who hate me love death.
Yeah, I'd back up to 35 on it. For whoever finds me shall find life and obtain favor from Yahuwah. But he who sins against me injures himself. All who hate me love death. Okay, that's talking about Yahusha. All right, anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, so these people are obviously worshiping death. And so he's going to give them what they want, isn't he? And death shall be preferred to life. See that? They prefer death over life by all the rest of those who remain of this evil people, who remain in all the places where I have driven them, declares Yahuwah. Wow. So they prefer death over life, and they've bowed themselves to the moon, the sun, the stars, zodiac signs, all that kind of garbage. They shall not be gathered nor buried. They shall be for dung on the face of the earth. That's crazy. So if you're eaten by an animal, if your bones are eaten by a dog, we'll just say, what do you become? Dung, right? It's crazy. If you're eaten by a shark, you become shark dung, floating around in the ocean somewhere, down at the bottom probably. You ever think of that? I've thought about that before. You get eaten by a great white shark, right? And then you become shark poop, floating around in the ocean, man. That's crazy. I don't know. I've thought about it before.
And then a lobster and shrimp eat you up again.
Oh, that's a double whammy.
But isn't he talking about that second death, that total annihilation, more than he is talking about the first death?
Yeah, man. All right. So these people worship death. They're digging up these bones and using them in rituals is what they're doing.
They're celebrating Halloween.
Yeah, similar to what Jill was saying. You know, they're digging up these bones and they're using them in rituals, performing these weird black magic rituals or whatever it is with these human bones is what they're doing. And he's saying that they're doing it to worship the host of heaven, the sun, the moon, and the stars. What Yahuwah was saying, the reason they were using these bones. And so it's basically worshiping death and worshiping creation here. Okay? Creation worship and worshiping death. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? About evil people, huh? Yeah, it ain't much changed. They're still doing this crazy stuff today, man. You know, these, what do they call them? These voodoo people down there in Louisiana. They'll be using chicken bones and different bones and stuff to try to put voodoo on you. Black magic and stuff like that, you know. So they're worshiping death, doing that kind of nonsense as well.
I think the Hindus and the Muslims do too, because in that black box, they got dead bodies. They have dead bodies in there that they worship.
Yeah, that's
at the Catholic, that box that they have, it's got dead bodies in them and bones.
Yeah, that's what they say. The Catholics even have bodies of dead popes in their altar. Sometimes they have a glass window on the front of the altar where you can actually see him laying in there. See his mummified body laying in the altar, man. So they go up there and bow down to that dead pope. Why would you worship a dead person, man? I mean, that's insane. But yet they do it. What's wrong with the people that go to them churches and see all that going on? Don't they see anything wrong with that? They don't, do they? Because their eyes are blind and their ears are not circumcised. So they don't hear nothing wrong. They don't see nothing wrong because Yahuwah has not separated them. And so therefore they become part of that deceit involved around that church and Satan. Crazy, crazy, crazy world, isn't it? Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Raul.
Okay. Does one turn away and not return? Why then has these people, Jerusalem, turned away in a continual backsliding? That they cling to deceit, they refuse to turn back. I have listened and heard. They do not speak right. no man has repented of this evil, saying, what have I done? They all turn to their own course, like a horse rushing to battle.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Even a stork.
Hold on. Listen to that. Why then has this people, Jerusalem, turned away in a continual backsliding? They cling to deceit. They refuse to turn back. What does that mean? What does that mean? They cling to their deceit. Go ahead, Raul.
They listen to the wrong teachings that they've been said to them.
Yes. Go ahead, Roz.
They have made deception their idol.
Yes. Can we name some of the deception that they possibly have made to their idol that they're clinging to? Can we name some? Phyllis?
The Trinity.
Yeah, Trinity could be one. I didn't think of that, but yeah, you're right. Anybody else?
Pagan holidays.
Christmas.
Pagan holidays, Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, all that kind of garbage. You know, there's people, that claim to know Yahuwah and worship Yahuwah. Of course, they use G-O-D in the J-Man. And then they go out and they study mythology and they love it. They'll tell you that they really love mythology. So why would you study mythology if you claim to be or know Yahuwah or be a worshiper of Yahuwah? Does that make sense to you? What scripture call that? What does scripture call somebody that claims to know Yahuwah but loves mythology and studies mythology? What would you call that type of a person?
A diviner?
No. No. Go ahead, Davey.
A hypocrite?
No, but that's pretty cool. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Was it hollow reeds?
Or
something about a hollow? I don't know. I lost it.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
aren't they whoring?
Yeah, they're whores, all right. Go ahead, Talitha.
Hard-headed.
Yeah, they're hard-headed, all right. Anybody else?
Stiff neck.
Stiff neck. It's all right. All that's correct, but it's not what I got in my mind. What I'm thinking about is pretty simple, really. What would you call somebody who claims to worship Yahuwah but loves mythology and follows after mythology? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Oh, I thought of the word empty vessel, but that's not what you're looking for.
No. Anybody else? Chill.
Greek.
Great. Yep.
Double-minded?
There it is. Double-minded. The scriptures calls them double-minded. If you really believed in Yahuwah, you'd stay away from that mythology stuff. Right? You definitely wouldn't like it and seek it out and study about it. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions here? No? Okay. Raul. This roll, brother. You got something, Sandra?
So I was wondering, was that the same thing as it talks about in 2 Peter 2:12, where they follow their own pernicious ways?
Yeah.
Or disobedient ways? 2 Peter 2:16. That's what they were doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that would fall into that same category. Look at 1 Peter 1:7 one time, Sandra. 1 Peter 1:7. Read that.
1 Peter 1:7. I'm slow today. Okay. In order that the proving of your belief more precious than gold that perishes and proven by fire might be found to result in praise and respect and esteem in the revelation of Yahushua Mashiach.
Yeah. So they cling to deceit and they refuse to turn back. That's repent. So they won't repent of their wicked practices and their ways, you know. So they refuse to repent and they cling to that lie, to that deceit. So these people love falsehood more than they do truth. Okay, we seeing it?
I'm seeing it.
All right, man. Let's roll, Raul.
Even a stork in the Shamayim knows her appointed times, and a turtle dove and a swallow and a thrush observe the time of their coming. But my people do not know the right ruling of Yahuwah. How do you say, we are wise and the Torah of Yahuwah is with us? But look, the false pen of a scribe has worked falsehood. The wise shall be put to shame. They shall be broken down and caught. See, they have rejected the word of Yahuwah.
Okay, hang
So
on.
what?
Hold on, man. We can't go past that. That right there is mind-blowing stuff. What y'all getting out of that verse 8? How do you say we are wise and the Torah of Yahuwah is with us? But look, the false pen of the scribe has worked falsehood. What? What is that all about? Go ahead, Raul.
In the way I look at it is that even from back then, like when the Prishim, all those that wrote the Talmud, they would write things that were against the original Ten Devarim or all the instructions that Yahuwah gave, and people have really they've changed his rulings with the scribe, with I guess the people that would run the church and all that. They've changed Yahuwah's instructions, and they don't follow, like we don't follow, let's say, the first fruit. We follow Easter. They've changed all his days, and they don't follow the correct days anymore. They're not on his timeline correctly.
Yeah, that's right. And they changed Catholicism. The church changed the Ten Commandments by eliminating the second commandment. You do not bow to images. I wonder why they got rid of that one. And then they took the 10th commandment and split it in half in order so they could have 10. That's pretty wicked of them to do that.
Greek
so what else?
influence.
Right. So what else? But look, the false pen of the scribe has worked falsehood. What else could that be? I mean, look down here at the bottom. It gives you a hint. The wise will be put to shame, which would be the scholars, theologians, the ones that went to them seminary schools, this kind of thing, the highly educated, and they shall be broken down and caught. They're going to be caught in their deceitfulness, in their lies, in the work of their falsehood. They're going to get caught and exposed. See, they have rejected the word of Yahuwah. They're going to be exposed, and everybody's going to see that they rejected the word of Yahuwah and wrote lies in there. So what is this talking about? I mean, try to put it in our modern era. Jilly?
Yeah, the first thing that came to my mind was Catholicism adding all of those, what do they call them? I think it starts with a C.
Sacraments and substantiations and all that.
No, they
Sacraments.
No, they had a word for it where they created like their own books. They just rewrote everything. I'm thinking adders. They're modern day adders where they
Catechism.
yes, those things where they added those into and now those are supposed to be the gospel, and really pushing aside original scripture and just substituting their word, whatever they want, whatever suits their agenda, to deceive. So I'm thinking they're modern day adders.
Yes. Yes, yes, and yes. Go ahead, Talitha. Hey, Phyllis, continue this conversation, and I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Talitha.
Sorry, my children were just down here, so I don't know if I'm repeating what you said, Jilly. I'm really sorry if I am. Anyway, what I was thinking was like, because they put like LORD and GOD and they took out the real name. And also even just changing some of the names, because like all of the names of every prophet and everything, each name has a meaning, right? So even just changing those names and then substituting it for other things that have different meanings, so it doesn't make the same sense. Right, so then not everyone can put everything together. That's what came to me for that part.
Go ahead, Ro. I just wanted to say something to Jilly before. Along with what you were saying, there's also like the Book of Mormon, and then there's the Jehovah's Witnesses. They have their books from the Tower. And you're right. Everybody's got their books. If they don't write their own book, then they write other little things. And that's what, I'm sorry, folks, but that's a lot of what the Apocrypha was about. People writing their own little thing to get something across, because you can't even sometimes track down who the true author was, or the Apocrypha.
Yes, I didn't mean to like segregate one group. That's just what came.
Oh, I know what you mean, but they all.
That's
does it.
most commonplace. But yeah, there are other groups, and they all do it. All of the hundreds of religions, just the ones that come to mind are what's popular, and the higher ones. But I think they all have that level of deceit and rewriting it to suit. Yeah, I agree.
What did you have to say, Raul?
I was just going to say to Jilly that the Roman Catholic Church is the one that did the most, because all the other denominations learned from them and took from them. They even try to fix part of it because they don't have statues, but the Roman Catholics have the statues. They have saints, which, they make up these people to worship. Like, we're not supposed to worship Mother Mary. That's very wrong. But yet,
Right.
a lot of them, that's like their number one person to worship, to pray to, and they, in my opinion, they totally bastardized the faith. They changed it completely. They added so much Greek into it, because that's what it is. It's Greek Roman influence. They just tried to use the name, but
My
other than that, they even changed the name.
My understanding of this is all religions and everything is based off of Greek. That there were Christians before the J man came on the scene, and everything's based on that. But right where I live, there's a whole giant shrine. It went from a small building to a huge building, and it's for Padre Pio. And you can go in there, and they've got all the memorabilia under glass, and you can come in and worship, and it's just like wow, huge building. It's crazy. It's like
most of the church fathers were very much Greek influence. And that's how it all started.
Sandra's been waiting to say something.
So that's basically replacement theology by the church fathers. It began at the Catechetical School of Alexandria, where when they were developing Christianity, they adopted a lot of pagan belief and practices that they're going by. But I was going to say, you see where this is. Remember when Yahushua was talking to the Yahudim? He said, even a stork in the shamim knows her appointed time, and the turtle dove and the swallow and the thrush observe the time. See, that's like what from our last 3 6-day services, beginning of the Shabbat from Brother Mark. He's been teaching about the end times and the spirits that are loose. So he's like saying, can't you see what is happening now? These things are coming to pass because we're in this today where they have taken the word, replaced it with the truth. Like Yahushua was telling them about how they were supposed to have been taking care of their mother. Remember that parable?
Yeah.
And they take the gift of the mother and dedicated it to the temple.
Mhm.
And instead of like today, how we doing today. And I think it's in Proverbs where it talks about we have a generation that think that they're clean in their own eyes and such. So we're doing all of these pagan practices today, being taught, and the word has been translated with poison doctrine. In other words, it has lies mixed with the truth that we're under right now. We got a bunch of lies mixed with the truth because of the translators and things like that. And now they added to his word, taken away from his word, and not doing change the Shabbat from the 7th day of the week to the first day of the week. All of this is what's happening now that we're under now. And that's why these messages are coming forth, because with these seals being broken and we're getting closer and closer to the end time, we're in our birth pains and we're supposed to be coming forth more and more into the likeness of Yahushua. And we are not supposed to be persuaded by this, all these laws and stuff that are against, like they have a law. Brother Lou put out a thing last week with Brother Dan about how from 6 to 9 months you can abort a baby. And that one of the ladies that they did that to said, oh, it had 2 perfect eyes, 2 perfect ears, 2 everything. They just some way they interject this child, this fetus, or break the placenta to cause death upon this fetus. But he was talking about science has it that if it's a zygote, that it's not life. Well, the moment life begins from the time that seed is sired by that man's, whatever they call it, what's that stuff they call it? By the man, that's when life began. When the seed and the sperm come together. There should be no law. We should not be living under a law that is okay. I don't care if you got raped. I don't care whatever you did. There is no law that allows you to go. You don't counteract wrong with wrong, is other words. Now the child is born, you do not go and murder. That's murder. That's one of the things he hates, in shedding of innocent blood. It's in Proverbs chapter 6. I'm just using that as an example that we are under man-made laws and doctrines of demons rather than under his word, doing what he said. That's what his right ruling. He made a law for everything.
Yeah, the false spin of the scribes' word falsehood jumps out at me as speaking about translations, all these different translations, especially study Bibles. I think falls into that big time. Because it says that they rejected the word of Yahuwah. So this is speaking about their religion, their denominations, doctrines taken over for the word of Yahuwah. And so, they're going to be caught. And they were caught when the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls and some other artifacts that were found over there around the Mideast as well, in different caves and buried and so forth and so on. But a lot of these different discoveries got them backpedaling real quick and trying to cover up their lies and cover their butts because they were caught red-handed and they knew it. And that's why they scrambled to intercept the Dead Sea Scrolls and a bunch of these other artifacts so they could take it and hide them in the basements of the of the Catholic Church, the Vatican, and so people wouldn't see them. So one of them documents would be the Book of Matthew, which they have found and which is written in the Hebrew tongue, and surely has the true name of the Messiah written in it, Yahusha, not the J-Man. And so you better believe they're hiding that documentation, because oh boy, that would create a big problem for them. But with this thing going on now, where the churches have adopted and accepted Yeshua as the Hebrew name, they call it, of the Messiah, kind of eases up the blow. So even if they are caught, they can say, well, that's been out for a while. Everybody knows Yeshua. That's the same thing as saying Yahusha. They'll try to come up with some kind of, some way of covering it up now. In other words, it won't be as shocking as if that people weren't accepting Yeshua, which they have been now for about, I don't know, maybe 10 years now. So anyway, let's move on here. Continue to read, if you will, Raul.
I think I'm on verse 10. Therefore, I give the wise to others, and their fields to possessing ones. For from the least, even the greatest, they are all greedy of gain, for gain. From the prophet to the priest, and all act falsely, and they heal to break of the daughter of my people, slightly saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had done abomination? No, they went not at all ashamed, nor did they know how to blush. So they shall fall among those who fall. They shall stumble in the time of their visitation, said Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on, Raul. As you all probably have noticed, this is the same insight that we were given in Jeremiah 6:14, peace, peace, when there is no peace. So that's that whole verse is repeated here, almost verbatim. And I don't know why, but it is. So maybe it just something Jeremiah felt like had to be revealed twice or something. I don't know. But it definitely repeated verbatim from Jeremiah 6:14.
Reinforcement. It's reinforcing.
Could be reinforcing. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions at this point in what he's read? If not, let's go, Raul.
They shall stumble in the time of their visitation, said Yahuwah. I shall snatch them away, declares Yahuwah. They are no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf have faded, and what I gave them shall pass away from them. Why are we sitting still? Gather yourselves and let us go onto the walled cities, and let us be silent there. For Yahuwah our Elohim has let us perish and give us poisoned water to drink. Because we have sinned against Yahuwah, we looked for peace, but there was no good, and for a time of healing, but we see the The snorting of these horses was heard from Dan. All the land shook at the sound of the neighing of his strong ones. They came and devoured the land and all that fills it, the city and those who dwell in it. For look, I am sending among you serpents, adders, who have no enchanter, and they shall bite you, declares Yahuwah. When in grief I would see comfort, my heart is sick within me. Observe the voice, the cry of the daughter of my people from a distant land. Is Yahuwah not in Zion? Is her sovereign not in her? Why have they provoked me with their carved images and with foreign worthlessness? The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we have not been delivered. For the break of the daughter of my people, I have been broken. I have grown sad. I have grown sad. Astonishment has seized me. I there no blame in Gilad. Is there no healer there? Why has the healing of the daughter of my people not come?
All right, thanks, thanks, Raul. Okay, a couple things here jumped out at me. One is over here in verse 14, where it said, "Why are we still sitting still? Gather yourselves and let us go into the walled city and let us be silent there. For Yahuwah Elohim has let us perish and given us poison water to drink because we have sinned against you." What does that mean? Given us poison water to drink. What is that symbolic of? Sandra?
Is it the false teachings, the mixed doctrines that they have out there?
Yeah.
The word has been defiled.
A religious doctrine of demons. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was going to say wormwood, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, wormwood's poison water. And then over here in 17, where it says, "For look, I am sending among you serpents, adders, which have no enchanter, and they shall bite you, declares Yahuwah." What's that mean? What's that talking about? Who dropped out? We lost somebody.
Doctrines of demons, right?
Davey had to.
Oh, Davey. Okay.
Davey had to charge his iPad.
Oh, okay.
The serpent, they're talking about the adders, the doctrines of demons, false teachers.
Yeah, I'm sending among you serpents, adders, which have no enchanter, and they shall bite you, declares Yahuwah. Yeah. So the serpent, the adders are obviously deceivers, and since that's what they like, he's going to give it to them. Look at verse 20. "The harvest is past, the summer's ended, and we have not been delivered." What does that mean? The harvest is past, right? Are we working the harvest? Yeah, so the harvest is past. The summer is ended, and we have not been delivered. What's that mean? Sounds like to me, you won't be delivered till you delivered from his judgment, from the lake of fire. You can't be delivered before that. Delivered from what? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Means they missed the rapture.
Yeah, they missed the rapture. Yeah, they missed the boat, didn't they? Sandra?
So I was thinking like they was trying to run and hide because now he was coming forth, bringing his judgment, but they can't hide from him. And then it says the harvest is paid. In other words, they haven't brought forth the fruit meant for repentance that Yehukanan, dear Mercer, was talking about. So he told him who had warned you to flee from the wrath to come. Bring forth fruits meant for repentance.
Go ahead, Jilly.
Could this be like the day of Yahuwah when his chosen are transformed, but there are some that are still left asleep, and those who are still asleep won't be judged until the white throne judgment? Are these the people possibly that won't be judged until the final judgment? They aren't chosen. They're just they're kind of the bottom of the barrel, last to be judged.
It could be.
Sorry, I know I get a little deep on people, but that's kind of where my mind went. Like possibly since these weren't obedient people, they kind of did what they wanted, but yet they may still be aware of Yahuwah or still have some sort of belief that they just weren't doing what they knew they were supposed to do, and won't be judged until the last judgment. That's just what I was thinking. That came to my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously saying they have not been delivered, so I guess they won't know until Judgment Day whether they've been delivered or not. When he separates the goats from the sheeps, then they'll know, I guess, if they've been delivered or not. I don't think any of us will know until then, except for the first resurrection group, but they fall into the house of Yahuwah, and so judgment will come to the house of Yahuwah first, and then after that, everyone else. So the first resurrection group are the only ones that will know if they've been delivered or not, if they're actually involved in the part of the first resurrection, and then after that, nobody will know until Judgment Day. The white throne judgment, whether he judges you as a goat or a sheep. If he says you're a sheep and go to my right hand, then you'll know you're delivered. If he says you're a goat, go to my left hand, you're in big trouble. You're going to be thrown into the lake of fire. Go ahead, Julie.
Well, I guess if you're in the millennial reign, you'll know, like, hey, where are these people I thought were going to be here, and maybe they won't be, or, people you didn't expect to be, if we're there, whoever's chosen for the millennial reign to be transformed, raised up, I guess they'll kind of figure out who's not there. But yeah, like you said, you've always said, no one knows if you're actually delivered until the final judgment.
Yeah, but the millennium reign, the first resurrection group will be the bride, and they will know that they've been delivered because they're going to have their immortal bodies. That's why they'll know. Nobody else will, though. Go ahead, Phil.
And can't we invite some people there? We talked about that a couple weeks ago.
Into the eternal reign. Yeah. And so I think that the bride is going to spend 1,000 years with her husband. And I think within that 1,000-year period, you're probably going to have a lot of conversations with Yahusha. And maybe one of those conversations will be, hey, when we get married, when we culminate this marriage, I want my mom there. I want my dad there. I want my brother there. I want my best friend there to come to the wedding feast. And he grants it. And so therefore, I think, in my opinion, what I gather is that we will be able to have a list of invitees to the wedding feast, because the bride gets to invite people that she wants at the wedding, just like the bridegroom does. And so I think the ones that he chooses will be there, and then he'll allow the bride to also choose people to attend the wedding. And so in that aspect, I do believe that when Scripture tells us that the wedding hall was filled with the good and with the evil, that the good will be the ones the bridegroom invites, and the evil will be the ones that the bride herself invites, and the bridegroom allows it. That's just me. That's my opinion on that. Go ahead, Phyllis.
My opinion, based upon what you just told us, a good revenge would be to ask for one of your enemies into the kingdom, and they'd have to spend eternity realizing they only made it because of you.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Give me a reader for 9. Go ahead, Jill.
Okay. How's this sound? Is the sound level okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Chapter 9. Oh, that my head were mayhem, and my eyes a fountain of tears, and I would weep Yam and Layla for the slain of the daughter of my people. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place for wayfaring men, and I would leave my people and go from them. For they are all adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men, and they bend their tongue like a bow. Falsehood and not truth prevails on the Eretz, for they proceed from evil to evil, and they have not known me, declares Yahuwah. Let everyone beware of his neighbor and not trust any brother, for every brother catches by the heel, and every neighbor walks with slanderers. And everyone deceives his neighbor, and no one speaks the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak falsehood, and have wearied themselves to crook. You live in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they have refused to know me, declares Yahuwah. Therefore, thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, see, I have refined them, and shall try them. For what shall I do because of my daughter of my people? Their tongue is an arrow shot out. It speaks deceit, speaks peaceably to their neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he sets his ambush.
Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, what does that mean? Their tongue is an arrow shot out. It speaks deceit, speaks peacefully to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he sets an ambush. Boy, this is sure talking about deceit and falsehood, lying quite a bit here, isn't it? What do y'all think that means? Their tongue is an arrow shot out. It speaks deceit, speaks peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he sets an ambush. What would you call that? Anybody?
Hypocrisy.
Yeah, it could be.
Sounds like a charlatan now.
Phyllis?
Oh, Sister Sandra was first.
Sandra?
I'm thinking about in Proverbs where he talks about this strange Asha. I consider that like the circus. They're teaching lies, not teaching the truth, telling them that it's okay to disobey the word, that the word that the J man nailed it to their cross. They don't have to obey the word anymore. It says, look, and Asha met him dressed like a whore with a hidden heart. She was boisterous and stubborn. Her feet did not stay at her own house. So the children of Yisrael are in that state, because they did not stay in the word, stay in obedience to Yahuwah. And now they're following the doctrines of men, the poison doctrine. And this, they have deceit in their heart. In other words, they're telling you, like the scripture is saying, peace, peace, when there is going to be no peace. When you haven't been obedient to Yahuwah, there's not going to be any peace for us. You know, you got to be obedient in order to get that peace. You got to obey that word.
Yeah, to me, this is. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking it was like a con man working for Hashatan to offer people wealth and whatever if they would just come and serve him. But he's tricking them into who they're serving. Their falsehood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, let's get a hint from Scripture. Let's go to Psalms 15. So let's look at Psalms 15, 3. Probably start at 2. He who walks blamelessly and does righteousness and speaks the truth in his heart. He has not slandered with his tongue. He has not done evil to his neighbor, nor lifted up a reproach against his friend. Okay, now look at, go to Proverbs 25. So Proverbs 25, 23. The north wind brings rain, and a secret tongue an enraged face. So this would be the same as a backbiting tongue, if you will, in other translations. If you go to Proverbs 16, Proverbs 16:28 says, a perverse man sends forth strife, and a whisperer separates intimate friends. And so
that 29 too, that goes right along with it.
Yeah. Read that.
And entices his friend and leads him in a way that is not good.
Right. And
winking his eye to plot perversity, moving his lips, he shall bring about evil.
all right. Look at Romans 1:30. It says, we start in 29 actually. Having been filled with all wickedness, whoring, wickedness, greed, evil, filled with envy, murder, fighting, deceit, evil habits, whisperers, slanderers, haters of Yahuwah, insolent, proud, boasters, devisers of evil, disobedient to parents, without discernment, covenant breakers, unloving, unforgiving, ruthless, who, though they know the righteousness of Yahuwah, that those who practice such deserve death, not only do the same, but also approve of those who practice them. And then, of course, 2 Corinthians 12:20 says, evil speaking, maliciously defaming the absent. And 1 Timothy stands out, 5:13, as busybodies who talk nonsense, saying things they ought not to. Going back, BYNV, it says, moreover, they learn to be idle, going about from house to house, and not only idle, but also gossips and busybodies, speaking what is improper. Okay, so going back over here now to Jeremiah. Speaks peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he sets his ambush. This is, to me, backstabbers, if you will. Backbiters, backstabbers type thing. Backbiting, tongue. You know, nice into your face, but then behind your back, man, they're talking about you like a dog. And Yahuwah says this type of behavior deserves death. And we just read that in 1 Timothy 5:13. He says this type of behavior deserves death, man. Gossiping, backbiting, backstabbers. That's what this is talking about.
That's the 9th commandment. Bearing false and malicious witness against your neighbor.
Sorta, kinda. It is. Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? If not, let's continue on, Jilly.
Okay, number 9. Would I not punish them for this, declares Yahuwah? Would I not revenge myself on such a nation as this? I shall take up a weeping and wailing for the mountains, and for the pastures of the wilderness a lamentation, because they have been burned up without any passing over, nor has the voice of cattle been heard. Both the birds of the Shamayim and the beasts have fled, they've gone. And I shall make Jerusalem a heap of ruins, a habitation for jackals, and the cities of Yehuda I shall make a waste without an inhabitant. Who is the wise man that he understands this? And to whom has the mouth of Yahuwah spoken, that he declares it? Why has the land perished? Has it been burned up like a wilderness with none passing through? And Yahuwah says, because they have forsaken my Torah, which I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, nor walked according to it, but they have walked according to the stubbornness of their own heart, and after the Balaam, which their fathers had taught them. Therefore, thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, the Elohim of Yisrael, see, I am making this people eat wormwood, and I shall make them drink poisoned water. And I shall scatter them among the Gentiles, whom neither they nor their fathers have known. And I shall send a sword after them, until I have consumed them. Thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, discern, and call for the mourning women, that they come, and send for the wise women, that they come, and let them hasten and take up a wailing for us, and let our eyes run with tears, and our eyelids gush with water. For a voice of wailing is heard from Zion. How are we ravaged? How we are ravaged. We are greatly ashamed, because we have forsaken the land, because we have been thrown out of our dwellings. But hear the word of Yahuwah, O women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and each one of her neighbor a lamentation. For death has come through our windows, has entered our palaces, cutting off the children from the streets, and the young men from the squares. Speak, thus declares Yahuwah, the corpses of men shall fall as dung on the face of the field, like cuttings after the reaper, with none to gather them. Thus said Yahuwah, let not the wise boast in his wisdom, let not the mighty boast in his might, nor let the rich boast in his riches. But let him who boasts boast of this, that he understands and knows me, that I am Yahuwah, doing kindness, right ruling, and righteousness in the Eretz. For in these I delight, declares Yahuwah. See, the Yamin are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall punish all circumcised with the uncircumcised, Mitzrayim and Yehuda, and Edom and the children of Ammon and Moab, and all those trimmed on the edges who dwell in the wilderness. For all the Gentiles are uncircumcised, and all the house of Yisrael are uncircumcised in heart.
All right, thanks, Julie. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 9? Anything jump out at you here you want to talk about? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I want to ask Julie a question, please. Did you used to be a teacher?
No.
You have such a soothing voice. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Okay. Verse 23 is amazing. Lets us know what we should be boasting about. And so we can see the removal of ego and pride here in what Yahuwah is saying. Not to boast in your wisdom. And don't let the mighty one boast in his might, or the athlete boast in his athleticism, or the musician boast in his music. We can go on, right? Or the rich boast in his riches. But let the one who wants to boast about Yahuwah. Boast that you understand and know Yahuwah. And that I am Yahuwah, doing kindness, right ruling, and righteousness in the Eretz. For these I delight, declares Yahuwah. So it's okay to brag about him and boast about him, but not yourself. Not in the talents that he's given you, all right? That he created in you. We should humble ourselves. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Oh, Sandra, go ahead.
Well, I was noticing in verse 14 how it explains that they were walking after their fathers, the ways their fathers taught them. Remember when you were talking about last week, and you were talking about generational curses, is that the fathers had taught the children the wrongness, and the children were following after. I thought that was a good verification of that in that scripture. It says, but they have walked according to the stubbornness of their own heart and after the viling which their fathers had taught them.
Yeah. And after Baalim, and which is plural, which the fathers had taught them. So what is that? What does that mean? What's the Baalim mean? What do they do now?
Idolatry?
Yeah, it's idolatry. So it's talking about, other mighty ones, or anything considered to be worthy of worship. And, like mythology comes to mind, the worship of creation, Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny type thing.
Astrology.
Yeah, the fathers have taught them all this false worship type stuff. Yeah. How about there in the end there where it says, Mitzrayim, Yehuda, and Edom, and the children of Ammon and Moab, and all those trimmed on the edges, which would be those who trim their beard or trim around their hair, like put a bowl on your top of your head and shave everything around the bottom of the bowl, or even your beards, or even your hair, who dwell in the wilderness. The wilderness here would be speaking about like the desert, a desert setting. For all the Gentiles are uncircumcised, and all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in heart. What does that mean? What's that mean? The Gentiles are uncircumcised, and Israel's uncircumcised in the heart. Phyllis?
Israel's not keeping the commandments.
Yeah, sort of. Anybody else? Got any thoughts on this? Jilly?
Aren't those the people you were just talking about earlier, the backstabbers? Would that be the same?
Yeah, I mean, they would fall under that category for sure. I don't know if it's talking about them in particular. Go ahead, Chandra.
I'm not sure what scripture's in, but doesn't Paul talk about that? The circumcised was Israel because they had gone through the physical cutting away of their flesh, but circumcision of the heart means separating. When we make our pledge and go into the water immersion, we then come up obedient to Yahushua. And we walk in the mind of Yahushua and according to the word. Because I think it's in Romans where Paul was telling them the difference between circumcision. He's talking about being obedient in our hearts, take away the disobedience and the rebelliousness of ourselves so that Yahushua reigns in us. That's what the difference is. And he was saying that even his people that are called by his name are just as disobedient and unconfirmed to him as those that were not called by his people. Make a difference between the clean and the unclean. The difference is obedience to that word.
Yeah, I like what you said earlier, but this is obviously talking about that these people are still in the mind of the flesh. They have not put off the mind of the flesh. And so living in the flesh, the mind of the flesh is death. So the Gentiles are all uncircumcised, meaning they're still in the mind of the flesh. And all the house of Israel uncircumcised in heart, meaning they are still in the mind of the flesh. Scripture says if you're in the mind of the flesh is death. But the mind of the spirit is life everlasting. Right? So that's what this is talking about. Be still remaining in the mind of the flesh. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Chapter 9. Let's get a read for chapter 10. Be the last chapter of the day. Phil, you got a question, man? Nothing? Okay. Who wants to read the last chapter? Chapter 10. Somebody that hasn't read yet. Phyllis, it's your turn.
Hear the word which Yahuwah speaks to you, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahuwah, do not learn the way of the Gentiles, and do not be awed by the signs of the Shamaim, for the Gentiles are awed by them. For the prescribed customs of these peoples are worthless. For one cuts a tree from the forest, worked for the hands of a craftsman with a cutting tool. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails, hammers, so that it does not topple. They are like a rounded post, and they do not speak. They have to be carried because they do not walk. Do not be afraid of them, for they do no evil, nor is it in them to do any good. There is none like you, O Yahuwah. You are great, and great is your name in might. Who would not fear you? Who would not fear you, O sovereign of the nations? For this is your due, for among all the wise men of the nations and in all their reigns, there is none like you.
Okay, hold up. Okay, so what is verse 1 and 2 about here? Do not learn the way of the Gentiles. Do not be awed by the signs of the Shemayim, for the Gentiles are all awed by them. What's that talking about? Somebody. What's verse 1 and 2 telling us about? Or warning us about, actually, isn't it? Go ahead, Phyllis.
The constellations and zodiac and going by the stars, how to conduct your life.
Yes. So this is talking about don't learn about birthday. Don't worship constellations, zodiacs, horoscopes, birthdays, this kind of garbage. Don't learn the secrets of their worship, how they worship the constellations and the zodiacs and form horoscopes. It says, don't learn the way of the Gentiles. So don't learn that. Don't worry about that. Don't even study about that. Don't read about that. If you see a horoscope, don't be tempted and try to look up your birthday to see what it's saying about you. Don't do that. Okay. So now 3 and 4 is talking about something different. For the prescribed customs of these people are worthless. For one cuts down a tree from the forest, works the hands of a craftsman with a cutting tool. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and hammers, so it does not topple. They are like a rounded post, and they do not speak, and they have to be carried because they do not walk. Do not be afraid of them, for they do not evil, nor is it in them to do any good. Okay, what's this talking about? Sandra?
Idol worshiping.
Can you give some examples?
Like they worship the statue of Mary, and Jupiter they call Peter, and they have the sea mass tree that they put in their houses and stuff like that. All of these, some people even make busts of themselves and worship themselves. They got, I think there's up, I don't know where that is. I think that's up in is that in Washington where they got 4 men faces carved into a mountain? North Dakota somewhere.
Oh.
Like that.
You talking about Mount Rushmore, the 4 presidents?
Yeah, but they're not supposed to be worshiping them dead men.
Yeah.
And those mountains were made by Yahuwah.
Right.
And there was no life in those mountains except Yahuwah move them.
Anybody else? Got any ideas about what this means? What it's talking about? Phyllis?
It's talking about people that don't realize they made that idol, and then they bow down to it and expect it to do something for them, where they had to carry it around. It couldn't even walk, it can't talk, see or hear, but they expect that idol to do something for them.
Anybody else? Got any examples of this? Jilly?
Kind of reminds me of people, it's not woods, but it's metal, like people worshiping their cars. Like, oh, they go and buy this fancy car, and then they're out there washing it and waxing it, taking it to car shows and taking pictures with it, all sorts of that thing.
Yeah. I never thought of that, but you got a point. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do worship their cars and trucks and stuff. That's true. Even motorcycles, you know, they can go overboard with those too. Anybody else? Any thoughts on this? Christmas trees come to mind. Totem poles come to mind. Obviously, statues, carved images of people or GODs or whatever. How about a cross? A cross comes to mind. You ever see a cross inside of a church up on the indoor altar? A cross up in a stand? I have.
Rosaries hanging from rear view mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else?
Would voodoo and santeria and all that they worship,
Very
and
good.
they give food to them. They put food in front of the statues.
Mhm.
They do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They do the Hindu the same way. Yeah. Or is that what you did? The Hindus and the and the voodoo people, whoever they are. But when I was a realtor, people would actually ask me to put, and it had to be the realtor, I think, for some reason, put a St. Joseph statue upside down into their yard. And thankfully, this is before I knew statues were idols. And I
That's for realty purpose. They wanted to sell the house. Realtors do that.
yeah.
I did that. I was like, this doesn't seem right. Something's wrong with this. Upside down. I was like, no, that's no good. Dug it back up right away and threw it away. I was like, nah, that's not right.
Okay. Any comments, thoughts, or questions? So we can see these two instructions to us and not to do what these, we shouldn't be doing these things at all. Okay. There's no more thoughts or questions. Let's continue on then, Phyllis.
Verse 8. They are both brutish and foolish, talk of worthless ones made of wood. Silver is beaten into plates. It is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Euphrates, the work of the craftsman and the hands of the smith, draped in blue and purple. All of them are the work of skilled ones. But Yahuwah is truly Elohim. Elohim. He is the living Elohim and the everlasting sovereign. At his wrath, the eretz shakes, and nations are unable to stand his displeasure. Say to them this: the Allah that did not make the Shamayim and the Eretz shall perish from the Eretz and from under these Shamayim.
Okay, hang on. Who's that talking about? Verse 11 there.
Hashatan. Oh.
No. Yeah, no. Who's that remind you of?
Doesn't the Muslims celebrate Allah, A-double-L-A-H?
Yeah, it reminds you of Islam, doesn't it?
Islam, yeah.
Tell them this, that Allah that did not make the Shemayim and the Eretz shall perish from the Eretz and from under these Shemayim. Can you imagine going up to a Muslim and saying, hey man, Allah didn't make the Shemayim in the earth, and all is going to perish from the Eretz and from under the Shemayim. What do you think would happen? He's supposed to say it to them. He told Jeremiah to say it to them. What do you think would happen if you went up to a Muslim and said that to him? Because you're commanded to do it. Jilly?
Off with your head.
Don't forget what their favorite way of executing is. Their favorite form of death is beheading with the sword.
Yeah, that's a they'd be thrilled to see you coming. Yay, they're saved.
Yeah, this italics here says foreign mighty one. And yeah, so this reminds me of the green horse, man. The green spirit, Islam, religious powerhouse that'll be on the earth at the second coming or the return of Yahusha. Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions on that? All right, Phyllis, let's continue on then. Kind of weird you find Allah.
Well, Allah is the they use the name. They call him the name Allah, but we use Allah as a title.
Yeah, they do use it as a name. You're right, but it is a title meaning foreign mighty one. But they call him Allah as a proper name. And so I don't know. It just seems weird to me to find that written in scriptures. It's so prominent these days in one of the biggest religions in the world right now, Islam. Okay, let's go.
Verse 12, he has made the Eretz by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom and has stretched out the Shamayim by his understanding. When he makes his voice heard, there is a roaring of Mayim water in the Shamayim, and he makes vapors rise from the ends of the Eretz. The lightnings for rain he has made, and brings wind from his treasuries. Everyone is brutish in knowledge. Every smith is put to shame by his idol, for his molded image is falsehood, and there is no spirit in them.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is real interesting here. Because it says everyone is brutish in knowledge, and every smith is put to shame by his idol. For his molded image is falsehood, and there is no spirit in them. See that? And so there is some teaching going on, false teaching happening, that people believe that there's going to be a statue of the devil or the anti-Messiah put up on the hill there in Jerusalem, Mount Moriah, and that this image, the statue, is going to speak. Okay, and I'm going to debunk that right now. So here it says that this molded image is falsehood and there's no spirit in them. So this idol, this statue, this molded image has no spirit in them. That's what scripture's telling us right here. Okay? So go to Revelations 13 where they get that ideology from that they teach. And 13:15, it says, and there was given to him to give a spirit to the image of the beast, which they say is a statue, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause to be killed as many as would not worship the image of the beast. Now we can see here that the image of the beast is not a statue that's able to come to life and speak and kill people. Because why? Because this image of the beast, what they're calling a statue, has a ruach. It says it has a spirit. And we just read here in Jeremiah that images do not have a spirit. You see that? That totally debunks that being an image up on Jerusalem as being a statue that has come to life and speaks and causes people to be killed. Those who don't worship the statue or the image of the beast. So Jeremiah 10:14 is very clear that the image has no spirit. So with this image here of the beast then must be a man. It's a human. It's a man. It can be a cyborg of some sort. You know, it could even be a robot, but it's definitely a man. It's not a statue made of wood or stone. And there was given to him to give a spirit to the image of the beast. So this is speaking of the anti-Messiah coming in the form of a man and being possessed by the devil. This ain't talking about a statue. But this is over here that a molded image, a statue, is falsehood, and there's no spirit in that. Picking up what I'm laying down? Any comments, thoughts, or questions? Phyllis?
So there's no spirit in them until he gave it a spirit. He gave it a spirit. So now there was no spirit, and now he has a spirit because he was given the spirit by the whoever. And there was given to him to give a ruach to the image. So the image didn't have a ruach.
False prophet. Okay, so if he gave it a spirit, then the spirit was the devil possessing a man. You can't tell me that you can go make a statue out of stone, one of these statues of Mother Mary or Zeus or whoever made of stone in the Vatican. Pick any of them statues, whatever one you want. And they're going to be able to put a spirit in that statue and make that statue of stone come to life? You can't convince me of that.
No, that would be giving them the power of the creator. I'm sorry. Thank you.
They can't convince me of that, but that's what they try to teach. You see what I'm saying? This is a man. So what this is talking about, the false prophet. So if you back up to 11, it says, and I saw another beast. So that would be another beast coming up out of the Euphrates, and he had two horns like a lamb, spoke like a dragon. So this is one of the two end time leaders of the one world end time government. This would be the religious leader. And he exercises all authority of the first beast in his presence and causes the rest and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he does great signs so that he even makes fire come down from the heaven on the Euphrates before men. And he leads astray those dwelling on the Euphrates because of those signs which was given, he was given to do before the beast, saying to those dwelling on the Euphrates to make an image of the beast, who was wounded by the sword yet lived. And there was given to him a ruach, given to him to give a ruach to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause to be killed as many as would not worship the image of the beast. So this is talking about the false prophet. A lot of people teach that this is talking about the false prophet making a statue come to life and have a spirit and walk, talk, and make and kill people. Go ahead, Jilly.
This section of Jeremiah 10 brings such comfort when I read it, because it's like, it feels like the false prophet standing up there giving all his hoopla. And then it just sounds like Yahusha comes swooping in and goes, "Get out of my space." And I'm done with you, and just gets him out of the way and takes over. It just, that's the feeling I get when I read it.
Yeah, it says they're brutish in knowledge. That means they're like bullheads, and every one of them is put to shame by his idol. In 15, it says they are worthless, a work of mockery. In the time of their punishment, they perish. See that? So there's just no way, man, that their idol is going to inherit a spirit and come to life. Ain't going to happen. That's fantasy stuff, man. So what is it really talking about? It's talking about the devil coming in the form of a man. That's what it's telling us. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on that? All right, then, Phyllis, let's continue on.
Verse 15, they are worthless, a work of mockery. In the time of their punishment, they perish. The portion of Jacob is not like these, for he is the maker of all, and Israel is the tribe of his inheritance. Yahuwah Sabaoth is his name. Gather up your bundle from the ground, you who live under siege. For thus said Yahuwah, see, at this time I am hurling out the inhabitants of the land, and they shall distress them so that they feel it. Woe to me for my breaking. My wound is grievous, but I say, this is my sickness, and I bear it. My tent has been ravaged, and all my cords have been broken. My children have gone from me, and they are no more. There is no one to pitch my tent anymore, or to set up my curtains. For the shepherds have become brutish, and they have not sought Yahuwah. Therefore, they did not understand, and all their flocks scattered. See, it has come the voice of a report and a great shaking out of the land of the north, to make the cities of Yehuda a waste, a habitation of jackals. O Yahuwah, I know the way of man is not in himself. It is not for man who walks to direct his steps. O Yahuwah, chastise me, but with right ruling, not in your displeasure, lest you bring me to naught. Pour out your wrath on the Gentiles who do not know you, and on the tribes who do not call on your name. For they have eaten up Jacob, devoured him, and consumed him, and laid waste his home.
All right, thank you, Phyllis. Anybody else? Anybody got any comments, thoughts, or questions on chapter 10? Anything jump out at you here? What she was reading? Anything at all? How about verse 20? My tent has been ravaged and all my cords have been broken. What do you think that's talking about? My children have gone from me, and they are no more. So that's kind of like your
Is that
house.
falling away?
That could be, in a more deeper sense. Phyllis?
If it is a falling away, then he's probably referring to there is no one to pitch my tent anymore. No one to care for his temple. But I don't know how that can relate because his temple's supposed to be in us.
Yeah, but this is talking about before the renewed covenant right now. So, and this is, remember, this is the first temple that is going to be destroyed by the Babylonians. When you look at it literally according to the scriptures, that's what he's talking about. In other words, they're not obeying his word.
Okay.
And this is definitely referring to the tabernacle. Look at it. My tent has been ravaged and all my cords have been broken. You know, that's the cords that holds up the tent, right? My children have gone from me and they are no more. There's no one to pitch my tent anymore. You know, set the tabernacle back up. Remember, they would tear it down and then set it back up. Or to set up my curtains. You know, there were curtains separating the temple from this inner sanctuary where the Ark of the Covenant was. Right? So this is referencing the tabernacle. So what do you think it really means? So Carlton's asking, could it be that no spirit is in them, simply meaning that no life is in them? Yeah, absolutely. I can mean that. No life in the statue. Anybody got any thoughts on that? For the shepherds have become brutish, and they have not sought Yahuwah. Therefore, they did not understand, and all their flocks scattered. What do you think this means? See, it has come, the voice of a report and a great shaking out of the land of the north, to make the cities of Yehuda a waste, inhabitant of jackals. What do you think that means? Go ahead, Jilly.
I think the prior statements, like up around 20 and through that, seems to be really setting a picture of how man cannot do this on his own. And it just says down in 23, it's like, you know, they're out in the wilderness and they're on the move but they can't do it on their own. They just they would turn, if it were left to man, they would just turn back to dust. They would just scatter and be nothingness. And it's only for us to reach out to Yahuwah and beg him for mercy, that, you know, it's up to him only. It has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Yeah. So, you know, in other words, what would be the purpose of life if a man was left on his own? If not to serve Yahuwah, right? If not to set up his tent and to serve Yahuwah, what would be the purpose of life? Be the purpose of man without Yahuwah, right? That's a very good point, Joe. Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, so on 20, I think that 20 and 21 go hand in hand, because The shepherds refer to the priests who are not there anymore to pitch his tent. They have been corrupted, and therefore there is no one anymore to put up the curtains, because they went against what it was told from Yahuwah to them, right? So the shepherds now have their flock has scattered, meaning like all the ones who followed them, we do not have, like we're no longer seeking the priest anymore. So
Yeah, I see that. I see what you're saying there. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that one? That's kind of a deeper dive, isn't it? So what is the purpose of man if not to serve Yahuwah? I think that's what this is saying. Paraphrasing, of course. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, I'm not sure that this is going with the context of this, but verse 23, oh, I know the way of man is not in himself. It is not for man who walks to direct his own steps. Mashal 16 says, to man belongs the preparations of the heart, but from Yahuwah is the answer of the tongue. A man's heart plans his way, but Yahuwah establishes his steps. And then 1921, many are the plans in a man's heart, but it is the counsel of Yahuwah that stands. Proverbs 20:24, the steps of a man are from Yahuwah. What does man know about his own way? I had kind of been meditating on that, and that scripture right there, I'm going to add that to my little collection.
Yeah. Okay, so skipping down to 25 now. Pour out your wrath on the Gentiles. Look at 24. O Yahuwah, chasten me, but with right ruling. You're almost begging him, I know I deserve punishment, and chasten me, but please do it with right ruling. I said, you don't kill me. You know what I mean? Give me some slack. Cut me some slack. Not in your displeasure, least you bring me to naught. At least you destroy me, right? Don't do it in displeasure, least you destroy me. It's kind of funny, how, the man, knows he deserves the punishment, but begging Yahuwah for mercy due to his right ruling. And going to 25, pour out your wrath on the Gentiles who do not know you, and on the tribes who do not call on your name. For they have eaten up Yaakov, devoured him, and consumed him, and laid waste his home. So what do you get out of this? That they're, asking Yahuwah to pour out his wrath, take out his displeasure on the Gentiles and not them, although they're deserving of it as well. And who do not know you, and the tribes do not call on your name. Take out your displeasure on them, your revenge on them, and cut me some slack. Give me your right ruling. If you're going to decide to get somebody disciplined and destroy somebody, destroy the Gentiles. Take your wrath out on them, the ones that don't know you, and on the tribes they don't call on your name, but cut me some slack, because I know you and I call on your name. So give me some slack. Is there a fine line here? Scripture speaks of people being tested, their works and their words being tested, and their works being burned up. And although all their works is burned up, themselves are not destroyed. They make it into his kingdom by the scarcity of their teeth, but barely, by the skin of their teeth, they make it in. Do you think there's a fine line here in verse 25 that we should be noticing or concerned about? Is there? I mean, they're acting like they know they're guilty because they're saying, go ahead and chasten me. I know I deserve punishment, but with right ruling, not in your displeasure. At least you bring me to naught. If you do it in your displeasure, I deserve to be destroyed. So don't do it in your displeasure. And if you need to destroy someone, pour out your wrath on the Gentiles who don't know you, or even the tribes that don't call on your name, but cut me some slack. Is there a fine line here? Are we deserving of a fine line to be drawn? Go ahead, Julie.
I believe that anyone that has the understanding and knowledge of Yahuwah knows that we have shortcomings, and it's no surprise. It's no shock. We all know it. No one is deserving enough, and that we have the ability to ask Yahuwah, and it's really, we're called to ask for forgiveness and things that we want. And we want to do what's best for Yahuwah. We want to be good, obedient servants. So yes, go ahead and ask for mercy, and for as best as we can be. It's like, well, I can't be anything, but I want to be the best that Yahuwah sees me as. I want to achieve what He wants me to be. That's all. That's how I view it.
Go ahead, Sandra.
So I could be wrong, but I'm seeing this as the flesh battling with the Ruach, because he said, chasten me, but with right ruling, not in your displeasure, lest you bring me to naught. So he knows the difference. That's his fleshly man. And they pour out your wrath on the Gentile. Remember when Dawood was praying, I think it's in Psalm 69, he said, let that table be a snare and a stumbling block to him. But that was before the outpour of the Ruach Kadesh indwelling in us. When you parallel that to when Stephen in Acts chapter 7, when he was being stoned to death, he said, lay not this sin to their charge. There's a difference there. When you compare those two scenarios, this is then before the indwelling of the Ruach, because now we pray for our enemies, even if we're being stoned to death, because now he's in us, versus when Dawood was praying, being in the spirit, the flesh will pray judgment and punishment on the enemy, versus when he's indwelling us. It's kind of what I see through this. I'm not sure about that, but that's what I picked up from.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Yeah, obviously, if you look at it like this, say you're a father or you're a son, whatever, and you get in some severe trouble, and you ask your dad to get you out of that trouble, and they're the ones that did it. I was just with them, or wasn't my idea. I know I deserve punishment. Go ahead, take away my truck, take away my keys, go ahead and punish me, but if you want to take out wrath on somebody for doing this, it's their fault. Take your wrath out on them, because I just was with them. I didn't really want to do it, but I was influenced by them. See, I mean, this type of thing, you know. But yeah, I think that the writer is pointing out a fine line here, that him being the son of the judge deserves a little bit less of the judgment than those who hate the judge and don't even know the judge and hate the judge and is totally against the judge. It's like, I'm not totally against you, judge. You know, I love you. I'm just an idiot. You know, I do things I shouldn't do, but I don't hate you. I love you. You know, so go ahead and give me the punishment. I deserve it. See what I'm saying? So there's a little bit of a difference there. And I think that's what the writer's trying to point out. Go ahead, Sandra.
Just a question. So is it like a question between being guilty and blood guiltiness? Is it sort of like a comparison of that?
Yeah, I you know.
Well, we all have sinned and fall short.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's got to do with more about, you know, I love you. I know you. I love you. I call on your name. You know, we live together all the time. We're always together. You know, I don't hate you. I'm not doing this directly to hurt you. You know, I did make a mistake. You know, but if you're going to take out severe wrath, take it out on them because they don't know you. They hate you. They don't love you. They don't know you. They don't even know your name, you know. And so if you need to take out severe wrath, and take it out on them, not me. I mean, I love you, you know. So go ahead and punish me, you know, but not in your displeasure. You know, don't annihilate me. You know, I do love you and I want to be with you and I know you and we talk all the time, you know. I've been with you for a while now. See what I'm saying? I think that's the difference here.
Oh, well, it sounded like that parable where the one man went and prayed. When Yahushua was talking about the one man went and prayed, I do this and I do that. And the other man just beat his chest, said, forgive me for I'm a sinner. So
Yeah.
like judging the disobedient ones. I don't think he's supposed to do that, but I don't know.
No, because the ones that the Gentiles that don't call on his name and don't know him, doesn't fall under that category of the priest. The priest still knew him.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
I guess
he was more prideful and arrogant, ego, you know. He thought he was better than other people. So that really the moral of that lesson is totally different than this one, at least in my opinion. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, that was what Daud did when he knew he had caused the death of that man and took his wife, and Yahuwah was going to take his son, and then he was still going to be punished. And I think Yahuwah gave him a choice of punishment, didn't he? Or I can't remember, but I know he was still punished for that, even though he repented. He knew it was wrong, but that was his punishment. And there has been other cases where the person has prayed, but that I'd rather fall in the wrath of Yahuwah than be prey to my enemy, because he knows Yahuwah loves him.
Yeah. Yeah, that story behind David's a pretty powerful one. So his son was dying, and he was praying and crying to Yahuwah to save his son and not to take out, you know, his wrath on his son. And he prayed and he begged and he cried and wept, you know, and didn't eat. He didn't eat anything. Didn't even go out of that room. And then his son, they came and told him that his son died. He jumped up, brushed himself off, went down, got something to eat, and stopped praying and crying. And they couldn't understand that. They said, well, while your son was still alive, you were praying and crying and begging and wouldn't eat. And now your son's dead. You know, you quit praying and you're not crying anymore and you're eating. What's up? He said, well, while he was still alive, I figured I had a chance with to ask Yahuwah to save his life. But now that he's dead, there's no chance. And so why should I cry? Why should I weep? You know, it's a very powerful story there about King Dawood. Okay. So any other comments, thoughts, or questions on today's study? Chapters 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Anything at all about Jeremiah? Anything at all about last night's study? Okay. If not, go ahead, Phyllis.
Go ahead. I was going to say, we can talk about last night's study for the next 2 or 3 hours. I'm okay with that.
Well, I'm going to conclude this study in Jeremiah over with then. And we'll pick up on Jeremiah next week, starting in chapter 11. Okay. So anything y'all want to talk about now? Let's go ahead.
I just want to say thank you, Mark, for all of the information for this weekend. I have like pages and pages and pages of notes. So much information. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. All esteem to you, Isha. Phyllis?
One question is, it was Zechariah chapter 8, 1 through 6, correct? Or is that Zephaniah? I wrote it down.
Zechariah 6, 1 through 8.
1 through 8. Well, what's the other reference?
Revelations chapter 6, 1 through 8.
Okay. I should have known. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Revelation 6, 1 through 8 is about the horses, and then Zechariah 6, 1 through 8 is about the horses. But the difference is the horses have a chariot attached to them. In Zechariah and the Revelations, they have a rider. That's really the only difference.
I wonder why they made that difference. There must be a relationship between a rider and a chariot that is separate from the horse, because it didn't matter if it was rider or chariot. So I wonder what the two have in common. But it's all because it's all supposed to be spiritualized.
Yeah, it really doesn't tell us much about the chariot, does it? Doesn't really talk about the chariot, but the rider, it does. And so I think the reason Revelations gives us a rider in order to give us more information about the second coming of Yahusha, the events leading up to his second coming, his return. And you see what I mean? So, like the red horse, the rider depicts war, and then, but not the horse. The horse, the color is the key. And so the red horse clues us in to communism, whereas the rider is cluing us into war. See, so they have their own reasons why they're mentioned, but there's nothing said about the chariots. So the chariots, I think, are really don't even really matter because there's no information given to us about them. So we can't use them for anything other than symbolic of strength and power, because, back in them days, a chariot was like a tank nowadays. What I mean? It was a battle vehicle that was used for battle. And then, if you had a bunch of people coming at you with chariots, you were running for the hills, man. That was mean military equipment coming at you. It's like seeing a tank coming at you nowadays. And so I think maybe symbolically of strength and power, military might. About the only thing that really, I think it really describes for us, or clues us in about strength and power, And so, in other words, these different horses, colored horses, are going to be superpowers, strength and power because of the chariot, letting us know they're going to be superpowers. And it's not going to be a small deity, it's going to be big and powerful. So that maybe that's what the chariots are there for. And that's just a guess because it really doesn't tell us anything about them. It only mentions them. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Comments, questions, anything at all? No. You have open mic. You want to talk for a while, or you want to do the priestly blessing? What do you want to do? At this point, it's up to y'all.
I'm up for either, but if I had to make a choice, I'd choose to have the blessing.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what everybody else feels like, because I'll stay for anybody else that wants to stay. Oz, Talitha, what do you all want to do?
Oh, sorry. I was writing you the email. I just wanted to confirm your email is Grandma Phyllis at.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I was teasing. I said, Grandma, her name is Phyllis. I'm sorry. It's just Phyllis, PHYLLIS.
I was about to send to Grandma Phyllis at Torrezone.net.
I probably should create an email that says that.
Okay, so should I just send it? Should I just go to Torrezone and just send you a message through there?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Or email.
Yeah, I'll see it. I'll go look at it right after sunset. It's Phyllis, PHYLLIS.
It is Phyllis.
It's
Phyllis at Torrezone.
.net.
Yeah, dot net. Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I'll send you the.
All right, hon.
So far. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you, everybody. We have to get going because I have to drive to the city tonight.
Yeah, we vote the blessing.
Yeah, blessing.
Okay.
I guess we're ready, Mark.
All right, let's go ahead and do the priestly blessing then. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yisrael, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Miss Sanders wearing the coat of many colors.
She's still Josephine today.
So I looked up chariot. The last thing it says that it is a symbol of power, of Yahuwah's power.
Very good. That's what brother said.
That's what you said, Brother Mark. And it also was saying that I just said, what does the Hebrew idiom chariot mean? And it said it could include Rekeb, Rekeb, Merkab, Merkab, and Markaba is the primary word for chariot in Hebrew. It means chariot or charioteer, and can also mean to ride or to mount. And it talks about Rekab's name in the scriptures. Judges 4:13 refers to 900 chariots of iron, and the word Merkab means place or thing of driving. So I don't think it's an actual thing, the chariots. It doesn't sound like it. It could refer to a saddle, a cedar or saddle. I thought that was interesting.
That is interesting.
Probably have to research more. Thanks for listening. I love you all.
I love you too.
I enjoyed your
sister.
comments today. Richard, Jilly, I'm so glad you joined us. Please come
I
back.
am too. Hi. You turned your mic off.
Can't hear you.
Oh, it was on before. Oh, great. Oh. All right. Thank you so much. It was good to be here. It's good to see you again. It was great.
Jill, your voice, your reading voice is so nice. You sound like,
thank you.
I like to listen to audible books, and it sounds like somebody I'd listen to on an audiobook.
I get into what I'm reading. So that's why it takes me so long to read things. I'm like, oh, and then it's drama, I guess. I don't know. But thank you.
You're welcome. I love you all.
It's his
brother.
kindness. It's his kindness in you.
Oh, you're sweet. That's sweet.
That's what it is. I love it.
Yahuwah, the living word. Baruch haba Bashem. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you next week.
Bye.
Bye-bye.